Dre Millard.
Wow. We started late today.
Yeah, no, I had to knock something out real quick, so um, I had to push back 30 minutes, but we good
I was
now.
on Justin Frederick's stage anyway. Kiro and I.
How was
Yeah.
it?
Kiro talking about
Yeah, you guys
smoking
were
weed
the
with
first.
kids.
No, they're not kids. I ID'd every one of them, bro. I just wanted to say that so you could hear me, because these guys were fudding me. They're like 20-year-olds, right? Like, so there's an art college called OCAD in Toronto, and I went there and I decided, like, I seen they're all smoking weed already, and I had like weed in my truck because I went to drop off weed to a lab, right? And I had all the government issued weed that I had bought back from the store, and so yeah, so I brought it over there. I brought the ledgers that I already had. I gave them each zero point 0.1 ETH, and then I can't remember what the NFT was. I just had a lot of them, and I wanted to get rid of them out of my wallet. So I figured it was a good opportunity to onboard people that were smoking weed that would listen to my bullshit.
I already knew the breakdown of the story, but I knew once you said I was smoking weed with these guys because weed brings people together. I was like, oh, this isn't gonna go over well. You know, they gonna have something to say.
Wait, when was this? So this was IRL, Kiro, at a college?
Yeah, yeah. This was when was I went to my brother's wedding in Toronto, and I did it then. When I go back in a couple of weeks, I'll do it again because I'm gonna catch up with a bunch of them because some of them have been selling stuff, um, just to like family and friends and stuff, NFTs to them, and like helping onboard them and stuff. But like, it wasn't so much as to like onboard people because I could give a shit about that. If I need more money, I'll just go work at McDonald's like a normal human being. I'm not gonna fucking chase people around to get them into crypto to make more money.
So funny.
I'm not a big onboarder either. I don't purposely onboard, but I do help people when they are interested.
You know what? I am a big on boarder, on not necessarily to crypto or to NFTs, but to this sector that I'm in, sneaker sector that I pay attention to. I definitely go back to the Web 2 homies, and I'm like, yo, don't miss on this train because it's going to be a nasty one when you try to catch up with it. So that's the way that I on board, like, because these type of people that I speak to are people who are already into acquiring and arbitrage and a lot of the damn things that NFTs are surrounded by. So it's like get in it now, bro. Don't miss out on it. So yeah, I guess I do on board NFTs then, huh?
I mean, is it just like the people you're close to that you're like, yo, check this out. You're gonna want to get this.
It's like my
Um,
my cook groups, the same homies that I've been speaking to for the last since 2016. And when this drop came, we were all on boarded to know, okay, it's going to drop at this time on this date. We're all going to go for it, and then the higher percentage of us would get it, and then be able to sell it. Like we was everything. Like throughout the pandemic, bro. I kid you not. I at least made. I know I made over $50,000 just selling Nintendo Switches on the humble. And that was just from the house, right? Where everybody couldn't get a job and was trying to figure out what they was gonna do because couldn't go to work. Blah, 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 blah. I was selling Nintendo Switches with Animal Crossings because that's when Animal Crossings came out and everybody needed it, but nobody had a Switch, and everybody needed a Switch for their kids because they was at home from school getting on their damn nerves. So I know I made at least $50,000 doing that because I paid off my credit card bills, but it had to be closer to like 100K just doing that. So yeah, it was onboarding those people who were into those things and then trying to get them to pay attention to this. But the media has them in a chokehold talking about how NFTs are a scam. They don't even want to pay attention to it.
it's wild, bro. It's wild that they still pay attention to the media. Like after everything we went through with like COVID and like continuing the media to continuing to like mislead us, they're still like,
Yes.
oh, crypto's a
Yep.
scam. The TV told me so. TV
Yep.
told me so.
Yep. I gotta pay attention to that. Like, but if they miss it, they miss it. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But a lot of the people who I speak to, they took L's. This is my keywords go seven in the background. They took L's with NFT. So they like, nah, they took L's with Top Shot. They took L's with like earlier NFT versions. So they got the bad taste in their mouth. Like, I don't want nothing to do with this at all. And especially now because everything is down and you know how that is.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we different? I mean, I took fucking L's, bro. Like we've all taken L's, like massive L's,
I
all
Only
think it's
different ways.
only thing I haven't taken L's on is Artifact, to be honest.
I think it's different because Compound, you have a background in DeFi, right? So this isn't your first bear market. You already know what it's about. Like you've seen this happen with altcoins. You've seen the run up and the run down. So you prepare for that, right? Um, if you in other sectors that are similar to this Web3 sector, you kind of understand like this is just part of the game, right? Like Kuro, you selling weed for real. Like I know you know when a drought comes and dealing with all of that stuff, it showcases the ups and the downs. If it's somebody else who's dealt with like a 9 to 5 or a corporate job or working in the corporate sector, and then they coming over here, this is like the literal wild, wild west. Like a bandit will come up and get you for your stagecoach and your horses that you had and leave you on the side of the road with 3 bullets in your ass. Like this is exactly what NFTs are. So I can see why they like, man, fuck that. Ain't no way. I'm gonna stay over here. But like I said, even with arbitrage, working in that for the last 25 years, it's synonymous with what this sector is. So I totally understand it. So this we get it, we understand it. That's why we can get in front of the trajectory of it. Everybody else got to see somebody else do it for them to be like, oh yeah, it's a great idea. Let me jump in.
Bro, I will say you got to be pretty crazy to put some money in something, watch it go down 90%, and still want to stick around and continue to learn. You know what I mean? Like that ain't most people ain't built to watch their money just the value of something disappear like that. And crypto is volatile, bro. Crypto in the matter of weeks can go up 90%, can go down 90%, and yeah, dude, the normal average person is not built for those kind of movements.
No, I think it's more so for me, like Kuro said, it's artifact for real. Like it's not like I'm anti crypto or anti ETH or anything like that. I don't necessarily have the conviction for that as much as I do what they're doing here and with artifact. Like the conviction is here for the technology, for the play out of what they're building here. And I know it's going to take time. Like I feel like and I said this to the other guys that I was trying to explain and trying to get them to come into it. I feel like it's being around Steve Jobs when he was in his garage. You know what I'm saying? When they was building Apple at his mama's crib, like you could if you could understand the potential that they have here. That's how I feel about Artifact. I can understand the potential.
Yeah, exactly what you said is exactly what's happening. Like, if you look at Web 2 and Web 1, and like you look at what's happening in Silicon Valley, and early on, what happens is like the people that are in tech for their profession on the weekends, they do what's next, like as their hobbies, and that's what Web 3 is basically, right? Like these guys that are in tech, working at like the big companies like Facebook, Amazon, Apple, and they're all working in on Web3 on the weekends, right? And that's like the transition of the web, and like Artifact, to be honest, is probably like Yuga and Artifact are creating the most innovation in the space, in my opinion. So that's facts, Dre.
And being able to sit down and have conversations with these dudes, like it's I can understand. Like a lot of people got a lot of FUD, right? And I don't even want to call it FUD. A lot of people just feel ill will towards what's happening here, and they're like, "Oh, win this, win that. Oh, we leaving. Oh, whatever." It's different when you get down and can sit down and understand the human being behind the project, and you don't necessarily just look for the project to deliver. you can sit down and have a conversation and share energy with the creators and the founders. And that's, fortunately, that's the position that I'm in now. Like, being able to go to dinner with Chris and Tommy and, you know, have real life conversations about real life subjects. Like, it gives you a different perspective of all of it. And I see it from both ends, because I can see the people who, you know, feel like they are over leveraged because they put this amount of money into this project expecting for that money to 10x, 20x, whatever. But that's not necessarily, I can't say at that point in time, that's not where I was at. I definitely felt, you know, good when fucking the Space Pod and the Looty Pod and the Monolith One was going banana nut bread out there. I'm like, yo, this is it. Like, I fuck with this. But once you sit down and actually get into the meat and potatoes of everything and get down on a deeper rooted level, you formulate a new respect for the entire project. And I can only imagine that's how the people felt about Steve Jobs when he was building in his garage, or Elon Musk when he sold PayPal and was talking about SpaceX and Tesla. You know what I'm saying? The people close enough to him to actually experience the journey was like, yo, this is it. I'm hell yeah, man. It's ups and downs right now, but 5, 10 years, it's gonna be a whole new situation. That's exactly how I feel. So it's just a different perspective, man.
You know, when you look at like Apple in the 80s, like Apple was on top in the 80s, right? And then they kicked Steve Jobs off the board and they were going downhill. And so many people sold at that time, and then like Apple made a huge comeback. Same thing with Amazon, right? And it's kind of the same feeling, to be honest, with Artifact, but like at a faster pace.
I agree. I agree, man. It's, and you know, creating these IRL events with CloneX LA and planning out other IRL events that I will not speak about until it's time to execute on them. Like, but just knowing the process and being here for the process, it gives you a different perspective. And that's why I always urge people to come out IRL in the first place, because I want people to understand this on a different level. Because you get a different perspective when you hear with the homies, man. Like, when you actually come through and break bread and share energy, you become invigorated and you're just like, yo, this is different. Like, yeah, the market might be in the bear. Yeah, we might be down 90%, but it's undeniable when you actually share that energy. And I'm sure certain people can speak to that perspective who's come through. Like, I see Cram in the audience. I know Bombay done his thing over in Japan. That's a lone architect was there with us on Friday. You know what I'm saying? Like, people come through, they can tell you like it's a different scenario once you've had these experiences. And I just want to share that as much as possible, because it gives people a more optimistic and positive perspective on the entire playing field.
Bro, it's so much different once you meet IRL. And to your point, getting to kind of meet the team, talk to the team, have conversations, kind of feel energy. Not everybody's going to be able to do that, and not everybody is going to be able to show up IRL. But I have heard a lot of people voice that they would love to see, team and founders up on Spaces and talking, and maybe Spaces is a good tool to kind of allow the community to feel a little bit closer, maybe to the team, or hear how they talk, hear how they rock, hear how, you know what I mean? Like, Spaces is a powerful tool, man, and would be kind of dope um, to have a few of them out on Bad Take, hanging with the community, just bullshitting. Don't have to grill them with questions or anything. Just chatting technology, chatting the space, Web3, because then a lot of these people who can't make it IRL and get to have these personal conversations with the team, or, anybody else involved with Artifact, could show up to Spaces and be like, oh wow, this is a real human, this is a real person, this dude's passionate, I hear it in his voice, like he's about this. And I think that's why we've heard a lot of comments in the past about people enjoying going to these projects where the founders are in the trenches, right? Like, I think they just want to feel close to something, with at least those people. I don't need that, but I know a lot of people do enjoy that.
Well, let me speak to that point. because I've had these same conversations. Y'all know me, what you do know of me, you know that I'm all about the EC, the effective communication, right? So if you don't think that I brought these same points up to these people while I'm speaking or talking to them face to face, then you got to learn me now, because that exact point is something that I've discussed and had many discussions about. And I can't speak about any other project because I'm not necessarily invest or infuse. I hate to say invested because it isn't an investment, but I'm not really a part of any other projects besides Artifacts. So me speaking to the founders of Artifact multiple times about this subject, we got to understand that Artifact project CloneX is totally different from like a Frank the Gods or a Utes or even a Yuga, because the acquisition by $250 billion Nike. So in turn, they become an extension of Nike. And that's why, even Kuro talking about trying to get an answer from Clone Law about his wine bottles and the duration that it takes, the time that it takes to receive that answer, is because it has to go through these proper channels through $250 billion conglomerate Nike. So it's the same situation when it comes to having the founders of this said project come and speak freely. I'll say this: I tried to get speakers from Nike Virtual Studios. I tried to get Jasmine from MVS to come and speak on the same panel as Chris and Bobby Hundreds, and she tried to get to come herself. She was down. She was excited. She wanted to do it, but it wasn't able to do it because of the red tape that comes with $250 billion Nike. Because they want to know, okay, what are you going to talk about? What questions will be asked? How are you going to respond? What are you going to say when they say this? And if you give off any type of inkling that you're going to say the wrong thing, it's a wrap. So when you have projects that are tied to $250 billion corporations, things get kind of sticky when it comes to the execution. So I know for a fact they would love to jump up on Bad Take and have these conversations with us, right? We saw that's what was happening prior to the acquisition. And they're all about community support. Like that, they hate to see people come. It's like somebody come in and talk about your kids, right? Some kids that you raised from the ground up, and maybe they do some shit that other people don't necessarily agree with. And then other people who don't know your children are gonna be like, oh, they're bad people. You gonna be like, man, motherfucker, you don't know me, you don't know my kids. Like you get offended, right? And you hate to see somebody talking negative about something that you've created. Same situation here. So they would love to get up and have these conversations. It's just going through the proper channels to make it happen. But in that same breath, we also have to keep in mind that that's why the success is imminent success that comes along with this project, because of that same backing, because of that same $250 billion corporation standing behind this project, and because of the connections that come along with that $250 billion corporation. So it's a flip of the coin. And I know that kind of gets people upset because they're like, oh, we need you in the trenches. We need y'all here with us. They are here with us. They pay attention to damn near every tweet. They might be on the spaces right now, right? But having their official account coming up and saying, yo, we here, we listen, and we paying attention is a whole nother conversation.
So sorry, I was eating and I was really, really, really stoked with what you were saying. Like I knew your answer was going to be good. I was just playing devil's advocate to kind of, because I would love to see it as well. And I know I've talked to them about it as well, and I've talked to you about it before. But I just knew you were going to drop some knowledge. I think that there is a way, and I know that we can probably find that in the future. Like, them coming to the event, man, that was awesome. We got to film it, got to get live streamed. Everybody who was there got to talk with Chris, and you can see how like the community reacted. Like all the group chats were going off. Like, I can't believe he was there. I can't believe he showed up. I don't know, man. It was fire. Kuro, you had your hand up, man. Let's hear from you. What's up, brother?
Clone visibility.
We
Clone
out here, Kuro.
visibility.
That
Right now,
the Kuro mission.
just so until these guys are comfortable with me in the Azuki server, I have my PFP as the bean. But I'm going to reset it soon. So it goes back to the clone. Listen. People just don't get it. You have the 3D files. I've used the 3D files to do fucking little advertising spots for my comic books, promote my friend's 3D cars that he makes. It's like not hard, the clones. But the thing is, we need to like land somebody like a huge fucking play, like almost like a TV commercial. Like, we should fucking find somebody with a small business in the community that, like, needs a commercial. Help them make the commercial. And then it goes fucking viral. I don't know. I've been thinking about that all day today.
Clone visibility is the mission, and this man Kuro has been on this mission forever. He is a guerrilla warfare master out here in social media, bro. For real, dude. I take a lot of inspiration from Kuro, man. Alone Architect, what's up, bro? How was your time at the NFT LA, and how was your time at CloneX LA event?
Yo, what's up, guys? How y'all doing? That's actually why I wanted to come up, mostly is to say thank you guys for putting on such a awesome event, such an awesome event, and it was really amazing, and it is very much undeniable in person, like when you get to meet all these people that you've been seeing their PFPs for such a long time, and this community has so many talented individuals and so many people doing cool stuff that it's really like, once you're plugged in, all that is really undeniable, and it's kind of one of those things that are the intangibles, right? That you don't really know unless you know. So I had a blast. I thought it was amazing. I thought you guys did a great job, and it was really cool meeting everyone. So thank you guys for that. 100%.
Bro, I
Appreciate.
was stoked to finally meet you, man. Glad you came through.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, for sure.
It's super fun, super fun. And, I see y'all like kind of like going around and just orchestrating things. And it was just so well done, super organized and just really fun, man. And, as to like what you guys were saying about the founders and all that, I think, for me, I don't need them to be here doing stuff because I understand the fundamentals of what this project is, right? I understand where it's going. And I think, unfortunately, markets don't always like run on fundamentals. It runs on emotion. People are fucking emotional creatures, and emotion tends to dictate even in stock markets. You know what I mean? So kind of go down to the NFT space, and that's like exponential times a billion, because there's a lot of degens and a lot of different attitudes in this space. But I think for me, the one thing objectively that I would say regarding that aspect, while I don't need it, while I know Dre doesn't need it, while I know that most people in this room don't need it because we're plugged in, I think it's just perception's important, right? And it's kind of like perception's almost more important than reality in life, because it doesn't matter the truth. It matters like the truth matters to me fundamentally, but I'm saying to people a lot of the times, truth doesn't matter. It's what they perceive to be true that matters. So by virtue of that, let's say them not coming and integrating with the community a bit more, showing up in these spaces to the outside people in Web3, it might look like, they're standoffish or like they have egos or whatever it may be, So I think that there has to be a way, to kind of possibly navigate the whole corporate infrastructure of Nike somehow to make Nike understand that in this kind of space, in order to gain like the credibility, shit like that is important. And there has to be kind of like a balance and maybe a fine line between, doing it the old way and doing it the new way, and kind of finding a pocket where it can make sense, and I think that would be beneficial, because again, it's all perception, and I think if they can kind of like fix that and find a way to at least come across as being more present, because, you know, when I go into smaller projects, I really love connecting with the artist involved. You know, I like hearing what not necessarily what it's about, but what inspires them, like how their mind works. And I think, you know, having Clegg and people there expressing that more regularly could only benefit them. And that's my thought on that, you know.
No, I agree with you 110%. But that's honestly part of the reason why CloneX LA was formed, was just to create that organically. And it's wild because, you know, and I said this on Justin's Spaces, CloneX LA was formed a year ago. It was formed at NFTLA last year. And it just started from a group meetup, to be honest. And it was a group meetup that I didn't even go to, right? But like I said in the Spaces yesterday, it's a living, breathing entity. It's a living, breathing thing, right? Like at one point, somebody else was Red Ranger, and then Green Ranger came and he turned into White Ranger. Then he turned into Red Ranger. If anybody follows the Power Rangers analogy, but that's where we are with this situation, and that's the whole point behind it, because the founders can't necessarily be everywhere all the time, and it's a lot of people who don't necessarily understand that. And I agree with you. Like it's dope to go to an event and have the people or the artists of that project at the event. It was fire to go into the D Gods event and see Frank there giving his girl a birthday cake and spending time with her. Like it was fire to go into, you know, even like ZTX and run across Charles the Doodle and him and his people and Trippy. Like, because it's these people, they are perceived to be a certain type of way. It's no different from going to uh, a CD release and your favorite artist pop up to sign autographs and you had no idea he was going to be there. So it's the same situation. It gives you more a reinvigorated hope, and it kind of like just lights your candle all over again. So that's the whole point of it. That's why I kept Chris being at this event a secret, because I had already kept Bobby Hundreds being a secret, right? And I told y'all yesterday why, but I made sure to make Chris be the secret too, because I knew it was gonna be that new reignition of, oh shit, yo, he really here. Chris is here, right? And Tommy was there as well. And a lot of people don't even know who Tommy is, but Tommy is the head of Animus, and he was there all night too. So if you would have had the opportunity to come and speak to Chris, the co-founder of CloneX LA, you had the opportunity to sit down and talk to Tommy, the head of Animus, which is the next up and coming project. Like, it's that same type of thing to reinvigorate the room. Oh shit, this was crazy dope. And it's a lot of people who necessarily aren't even in the project who came through, who was dumb excited that these people were there, right? Like, so that's the whole point behind it, because I understand how it works. It's like I said, the being in the industry, the music industry before, dealing with high artists who have fans, and how I know how people react when they see them. Like, they'll tell a Kendrick Lamar like, yo, your music changed my life. But them having the opportunity to sit there and tell him that is what they remember more than anything else. So the people having the opportunity to go and sit down and talk to Chris at this event that they didn't expect him to be at, they gonna remember that shit for damn near the rest of their life. Oh, that was crazy amazing. So no, it is. It's about the perception of it all. And that's what we're working on, actively working on, to make it happen for these people.
I agree with all that. And I agree with like what Alon was saying too. Like he knows what he's getting into, and like even talking to you guys, like when I came, right, it wasn't really like the community itself is like what I'm attached to, right? It's I know that they're doing their own thing. Like the community, there's been sub communities like Bad Take, for example, has been created underneath it, and which is dope. Like I have a place to like connect with you guys and talk, and which is dope. Like that's dope as well. But also like the fact that like this happened, and it reminds me of 2018 when I got into crypto in 2016, and then everything crashed and burned, and like people were just like flooding crypto, right? And like I bought into stuff that I really believed in, and like that's what's happening right now with CloneX. It's like the same feeling. It's kind of like deja vu, and like right now I want to buy another one, to be honest, because that's how much I believe in it. Not only like following uh the whole artifact journey, like yeah, that was, I always knew everything about it, but then the community itself was just uh, a whole nother aspect, which really got me to actually buy into it, right? And now I'm in it, and like I want more, and it's like the perfect time to buy in, right? So I'm grateful for like even this opportunity, even though it's slow and people are fighting it. Like I'm grateful to still have this opportunity. It's all about perspective.
Always, man. I mean, the people flood now because they have these set expectations of what they thought it once was, or what it should be, or once was, and or they came in as so over leveraged, because that's always the conversation that pops up, right? We can be talking about something totally different, and somebody start talking about, yo, I don't care about how much money I spend on this. It was a lot of money though, but I don't care about it, and no one even talking about money at all. I don't care about the bag that I'm holding. It's a big bag, but I don't care about it. It's like, bro, you evidently that's rocking the boat for you. And I understand it, right? $25,000 for a JPEG that's worth now, quote unquote, worth 3,000. Like, yeah, you're gonna be fuck. That's some book. Yeah, I get it. But it's also clouding their judgment and their ability to see, or to be patient enough to see where it's going. The people who are here for other reasons, like you said, having a community within a community, having a sub community within a sub community, having bad take within the CloneX LA community, right? Like that's what makes this shit fun. For real, come up here and being able to chop it up with y'all and laugh and joke about silly shit and nasty Jägermeister, like that's make it fun as hell to me. Like even in the bear market, right? It's not ignoring what's happening in reality. It just doesn't mean we have to focus on that and making that our prime reality. Nah, it's cool. Yeah, shit's down, but we still up. It's still fire over here. We still having great times. And as long as you can adjust your sights, you can find the silver lining in every gray cloud, man. It's just depending on if you choose to do it or not.
Yeah, and like for me, like you said, 25,000, and now it's like whatever 4,000, right? In my perspective, like I really think about perspective, right? For me, like yeah, I bought in at like 4K, right? But you only lose until you sell, right? If you really believe in something, like for me, this shit is not worth 4 or 5K. This shit is worth 100. My PFP is worth 150K, 200K, and even more depending on how I want to use it and how I want, like the value I can attach to it as well, right? So. Like perspective is an important thing just in life in general, right? Like in a bad situation, you can, like you said, lining, right? There, it could be an amazing situation. Like for me, like it's an amazing opportunity, it because I came in at this price, and there's probably a lot of people like that coming into it being like, damn, I can't believe I got in right now, right? So
And we've seen it happen. The people who minted the project and was there to receive that tweet, to see that content of the clones holding up those Nikes and saying they were acquired by Nike, and the way that that felt, to have that rush, like, oh shit, like why do people feel like it's a one and done situation? Why do people feel like that can't happen again and it won't happen again? Like this, it's set up to be that and only that from this point forward. Like
We're in such a juvenile space,
we
though, right? You know, that's why people can't. That's
man,
why, because you have a lot of people that are over invested, like you said, hyper emotional, and it's such a juvenile space. And there's never been a bear market in the NFT market, so people are panicking, right? I think that's it. You know.
it's crazy though. Like we are that one tweet away from that feeling all over again. And it's inevitable to happen. Y'all see what's happening on the back end. All you got to do is pay attention to the signs, and you can see where this is going. But people are so impatient and so emotional and in their feelings about it that they are blinding themselves to the possibilities. Like, yo, it's some big shit that's coming, right? Like big tsunami wave of shit that's coming. And if you here for it, you're gonna receive it, and you're gonna ride that wave again. If you tap out early, then that's up to you. But it's a lot of people who here just for the wave, the peaks and the valleys. So as long as you're staying around, we're gonna do whatever we can to do to make it the most comfortable and engaging wave that you can ever ride, man. And that's what we're here for.
You know, it reminds me of like sports teams, like me watching my favorite sports teams, like seeing them win and then seeing them lose, and you see like the people that jump ship and they go support someone else. And then once you start winning again, they're the loudest, right? They come back the loudest, and it's hilarious, and it's kind of like this too, right? It's very like tribal in that sense, and
It's the
yeah,
bandwagon
it's
fans, you know.
Bro,
Bro, that was the best, dude.
it's crazy.
That's a good analogy. I always say it, dude. I'm not petty, bro. I am not petty, but
Yes.
Yeah,
I do have a memory, right? And I do remember the people who like bounced, jumped ship, and like publicly went on and to like talk shit or like kick us down. So it is wild though. It's like jumping sports teams and then coming back and going, "Oh, I knew it was gonna be good. I knew we would be all
Right.
right. I
He,
was a fan
bruh,
the whole time. I've always been a fan."
that's been part of the narrative of my life because I've always thought in such a humongous nature. I've always could see where things were going before they got there. And I would try to come back and tell the people who were closest to me, yo, look at this. Can you see? This is about to be crazy. And they look at me like I was the crazy one. So I've experienced this my entire life. So I totally understand what this energy is that we're holding right now within this project. And it's like, all right, I'm telling you right now, yet again, if you're not paying attention, then you just go miss out. But that's also why we're building in real time for people to be engaged while they're waiting for the execution to happen because it's inevitable to happen.
yeah, and like you said, you have that vision, right? And you always like bet on something like that. Like for me, and whether I played sports or like my career, and I've always felt like the underdog, right? And like even though Nike, it's backed by Nike, like for me, CloneX feels like the underdog right now, right? And like that resonates to me, and I'm like, damn, this is like me, and it's gonna make it just like I am, you know what I mean? Like just how I made it through in each of those things. So yeah.
you're not a Leafs fan, are you? Though that's my question. Deep.
Oh hell no, I don't watch hockey, but I make fun of all my friends that are Leafs
Okay,
fans.
I'm proud of that. That makes me happy. The making fun of them part, not the not watching hockey. That's fine, but at least you make fun of them. I'm into that.
I love a good underdog story. I feel like that's where, I guess true fans, true believers, you kind of stick through it. Um, but I do a lot of strategy at work. And so sometimes it's really hard to convince people about your vision. Like as much conviction you might have, as much planning you might have, like you just can't convince some people. And I just know now to like lay it out. And then it is what it is. Those who can follow along, amazing. Those who are going to drop in and be like, I guess fair weather friends, like so be it. But some I ultimately believe go down to like, do you believe in the team? Do you believe in the vision? And if you're in, then stay all in. Stop looking at the ground. Stop looking at the floor. Because, like I mentioned in our chat, like if you're looking at the ground and the floor, there's no way you can moon and aim high, and be at that level. Those that are looking at the floor are honestly going to get whiplash. Looking up so quickly just to catch on. Like, what are they going to do next? So I'm here for it. Just can't wait to see what's going to be unveiled, because if we want big things just take time. It's art and a science and a lot of luck, but a lot of vision and grit too. So just waiting.
You know what you just said is like really true. I read this thing. It's about fashion and trend setting, right? And it's like there's the people that create trends, and then there's people that are in it, and the rest of the people don't understand it. Then they start creating a wave, and then there's hate towards it. So you need some sort of hate to break that barrier, right? Where people dislike that, they don't understand it, right? And then after the hate, then it becomes popular in the norm, and that's when people start following it, right? And I feel like right now is like where there's leaders in the space in this underdog situation, right? And then there's followers. The followers are the ones that are leaving and joining other things, or fudding it, because they panic, right? That's what they are. They've never created their own wave. They have to follow other people, so there's some sort of anxiety there. But the leaders that trust it and understand it are gonna follow it because they understand their own intuition, and they are not followers, right? So yeah.
I mean, just think of like what we have now. Imagine being the Wright brothers back in the day and trying to build a fucking plane. And then everyone was like probably laughing at them, being like, you know, they're in the bars like, yo, look at those two fucking weirdo Wright brothers. Like, you know, I'm serious though. And then fast forward to now, because of them, we can travel across the fucking world in the blink of an eye, basically, and no one's laughing now. You know what I'm saying? And they had the vision, they went through the motions, and it's kind of like what you're saying, Deep. It's that quote, you know, what is it, Gandhi? First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win, right? So it's kind of that, I think.
That's a fact. It's another quote in hip hop that many different rappers, Jay-Z, Kanye, many rappers. First they love you, then they hate you, then they love you again. And that is some of the truest shit I've never wrote, right? Like, it's life. If you're doing something that's against the norm, quote unquote norm, is going in a different trajectory than the wind is currently blowing, they gonna look at you and they want to point and laugh, right? It's life. That's what I'm telling you. It's been a part of my life my entire life. That's why I'm so deeply embedded in this project, because first they ask you why, then they ask you how. And that's it's happened so many times to and for me that I'm just used to it. And here it comes again. They're gonna be like, why are you doing this? When I first got into NFTs, why are you spending $10,000 on a JPEG? And then that 10,000 went up to 150,000. And it was like, yo, how did you get in on this JPEG? It's just part of the process. A lot of people are afraid to be who they want to be, so they look to be led. And if the people that are leading them are laughing and pointing at one specific thing or in a certain direction, they feel like they need to do the same thing. And then once it comes back at that thing they were pointing at, that it was the wrong thing to be laughing at, right? Then they say, oh shit, we need to get on that. It's just the herd mentality. And it's just part of this. And it's part of the process of where we are right now. But it's about how you adjust to the winds going in a different direction. How are you going to approach it? Are you going to approach it with an open mind frame to want to change and do things or build within that bear? Or are you going to sit back, ejection seat, get up out of there, and come back when it's at an all-time high again? It's just up to the people. And everybody who's in the trenches right now, I think we understand what this is and what our roles are in this position and how we're going to execute from this moment forward. It's just part of the process.
We're gonna look back in like spaces and be old as shit, like with canes and stuff, and be like, remember back in the day
I got
they
the
flooded us.
recordings. I have the transcripts. I got it. And this one's recorded, so I'm gonna transcribe it and just post it. And maybe we won't advertise it, but yes, subscribe. We're gonna have an archive of our discussions. And I actually tell my girls all the time, if you want it, you have to make it. Like, you cannot wait for someone else to dole it out to you. You cannot sit on the sidelines, because that's time that's just passing by and experiences that you're missing. So, I mean, when I say maker, it could be crafts, it could be art, it could be whatever. But I think hopefully over time it will also be opportunities. And especially as girls growing up, so different from when I grew up, honestly. I'm in my mid 40s. And so growing up in my household, like, boys were golden. And so always knowing that you're a girl, so a little bit of compensation I have to do to overcome it. My girls don't have that. They're on a different basis, which is phenomenal. But in this space, we are magnets because of our conviction. So I love being here with you all, because in all these points of views that we share, man, as a collective, we're a magnet, which is amazing.
Man, I'm not magnet, but it goes the opposite direction.
What is he
That's
talking
still a
about?
magnet, though, right? That's it's just
Anti-magnetism.
What is he talking about?
I heard a magnum. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Subscribes to Magnum. What's up, Ethan Lorian?
What's up? What's up? I'm too polite a motherfucker to just butt in, and I'm a tourist here because I'm not here every night like you guys are. So I wasn't just gonna jump into the combo. But I also wanted to take a minute because I was listening to the recap last night while I was laying in bed. I'm out here at a conference down on Cape Cod, and I was kind of vibing out to the vibes that you guys were putting forward last night. And I wanted to take a minute here while I'm walking home from a bar to tell you guys how much I appreciate one, the consistency of the spaces, but two, just the general good vibes of this space and what you guys are doing night in and night out to one, stay positive, but two, then spread that positivity far and wide. I was having a conversation with Alts, and I hope you're okay with me just going off here for a second, but I was having a conversation with Alts, and last night we were talking about, you know, it takes more of us banding together and producing real stuff, not just talking about doing stuff, but actually doing stuff. And creators are so much larger than just putting together cool renders. And I think that's the point I wanted to really hit hard on tonight was, Dre, last night you were saying you're a creator, but you're a creator in a different way, just like Compound, right? You guys putting together that live bad take, putting together that CloneX LA meetup is a way to create an experience for people that is so much more valuable than just shit posting on Twitter, than just like getting out there and getting engaging in community wars. Like, you guys are pillars, man. I appreciate you so much. You have no idea. I can't hop on every night, but as another artifact ardent supporter, you guys are literally propping up the ecosystem. I appreciate you all. And that goes for every person talking in the chat right now, every person in the bad take chat room. You guys are legends. So I just wanted to make sure I threw out those props tonight.
Appreciate you, bro. That means a lot. And I tell this to everybody I speak to because a lot of conversations I have, even IRL, people will apologize. Sorry, I can't come up and talk, and sorry, I can't input. And I tell them, dude, no, you don't need to. Like that's not the point of it. Like if you just got to listen, you come in whenever you want. Like our goal here when I originally hit up Dre was like, yo, let's pop up a space where people feel welcome. They can come through whenever they want and chat with like-minded people, learn, throw creative ideas around, just hang out with the homies, hang out with the community, hang out like, just a little bit of everything, man. So, popping in whenever you can on your guys' time frame is like more than enough. Coming up on stage, saying what's up. And some people have never been up here and it's not even necessary. And I tell them that all the time. Like, um, it's more so something that we wanted to do with the community to kind of just engage with everybody and then give everybody a place to maybe wind down at night, right? Because you spend all day at work, you spend all day in these really strict kind of spaces that are educational, like with curriculum and like they're, have their formats. And like we wanted a place at night where people can wind down, hang out, chill, and just kind of enjoy each other's company, chop it up. And that's the goal, man. So we appreciate you coming through when you do. Um, you are beyond an idol out here, man. Like I look up to you and what you and Alts are doing, building in the community. You guys are amazing, man. So we appreciate you as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Compound. And I got to say, for everyone out there in the community, if you hold an artifact asset, you hold a piece of history. You hold timeless art, and that is straight out of the bad take chats. And I latched onto it because it's 100% true. It's timeless art, and you need to build with it. You need to do things with it beyond just rep it as your PFP. If that's all you can do, I respect that. But if you have any ability to do more, do it, because that's how we're going to bootstrap this community going forward. Like, this is the legendary IP that people are going to look at 5 years from now and go, holy shit, how did I miss it?
No, that's a fact, man. I appreciate you, DeLorean. You definitely calling us a staple in the community, bro. It's huge coming from you. 'Cause you and Alts are doing next level things, man, that people haven't even thought about or even know that they could do. So no, I definitely appreciate that for sure. And
Yo,
we all are creating our own way for real. We doing it. We doing the things that we know that we can do, the ways that we know we can do it. Right? Like I tell Alts all the time, the stuff he comes up with, I couldn't even imagine coming up with. Like, and the things that y'all doing together, my mind just naturally does not flow in that direction, but it flows in the direction that it carries me to do these things IRL, make these connections, connect the dots, networking, talking on stage, talking on spaces. This is my realm. So as long as we can all come together and form together like Voltron, I was gonna say Power Rangers, but I know your age group is probably like Voltron minus Voltron. So I can be the arm, you can be the leg, and we out here whooping ass together. That's what it's about.
Fuck yeah, nothing but love here. This is what it takes to go forward and build something great. So, unfortunately, I can't stick around long, but you guys needed your due. The entire community of Bad Take needed its due, needed its props. So, if this is your first night tuning in, you're just listening, or this is your 100th night in a row, because I don't know how far you guys have gone now. You guys are legends. Keep it up. I really appreciate it.
hey, DeLorean would love a tutorial from you, whatever you can share with the community, man. I love what you're doing.
Hell yeah, dude. And I got to tell you, there's more stuff cooking in the kitchen that I think people are really going to love. So don't be afraid to reach out. Hit me up anytime. Like I said, I hate talking to people until you engage me. And then I'm probably one of the most friendly people you've ever met. So just hit me up anytime.
How many shows has it been? That was a great point. Like, what number are we on, man? We should figure that out. That'd be dope.
Bro, I got back from Miami hanging out with Dre IRL. Got to like sense his energy and Jay's snapback, Randy, Fawn. I got to meet a lot of people IRL, and I became about 10 to 20 times more bullish on this community after meeting everybody IRL. And I got back and just noticed that I started getting in spaces, and I just noticed they were all led by apes and by other projects were really active running spaces, and I just saw that there was a gap that needed to be filled, right? Like we're going through some turmoil in the clones. Um, there needs to be clone-led spaces, like whether we talk clones all the time or we talk whatever, but like just a place where some like they come in and they go, "Oh shit, I recognize that PFP. I feel welcome here." Like maybe I can request, maybe I can start talking about some shit. Um, and I think that was, I'll look at our text messages. I think it was like early January, like the first week, first couple days of January, right after Christmas. I think the Christmas time was really, really hard for all of NFTs, really. I remember it being kind of rough because all the teams are away
Yeah.
on holiday break, right? But that doesn't stop Web3. Web3 still going. So I was like,
Yep.
Yo, it's not even just them being on spaces. It's even like creatives and finding jobs. And some of these board apes, like
bro,
Here,
they.
rugged.
don't come up here and
I feel,
robot talk.
okay, you
Don't
guys
come
can
up
hear
here
me?
and talk like a robot.
Subscribe in the basement again, bro. You're in the
No, no.
dungeon again.
Every time I'm
How do
close
they
to
even,
like my Wi-Fi, it like breaks up. Anyways,
man?
I was mentioning how it's not even just the spaces; it's the jobs as well, and then like these creatives. Like sometimes the creatives that just because they get the Board Ape Yacht Club PFP to get the job, and sometimes they're not even qualified to do the job, and they do really, really crappy. And I feel like, yeah, crime calling you guys out. But yeah, I feel like artifacts. A lot of us are creatives. I think we're qualified to do the job sometimes, and we should look into sharing these amazing people that's doing quality work.
And I do want to clarify. Pretty much all the ape-led spaces I go into are all run really well. They're great spaces. I was not saying anything negative about them. What I was saying is there weren't enough clone-led spaces as well, like representing, right? And we have
No, let's flood him. Let's flood him. Honestly, bro, I've been
Oh,
in these spaces, and like you gotta have your hand up, and you gotta wait like 30, 40 minutes, bro. Like I remember like the first space I got into, I wasted my whole lunch during work, and I was like, damn, what the fuck am I doing here? And like coming here, it wasn't the same. But yeah, I'm just joking though. I like those spaces. I like listening to them, but I can't speak in them for sure.
no,
yo,
this I was having this conversation with Compound when he was in LA about how much I enjoy like Thread Guys and Leaps spaces. Like I really enjoy those spaces because it's something about them, right? Like Thread Guy just like him and his personality and how he carries it, right? And bringing that up, I first jumped into those spaces during those holiday breaks after we got back from Miami because I went to Miami fresh off of Designer Con in November. A week later was Miami Art Basel. Went down there, was working on the projects down there, and then I came back home, came back to LA, and I was like, "Yo, man, like I got to do more. Something got to be done." And that's when I really started utilizing Twitter more, because it's wild. I wasn't even utilizing Twitter up to that point. I had maybe put out the post about my artifact hoodie and the sizing videos that I was doing. That was like the very beginning of it all for me. And that's when I started jumping in random spaces. I jumped on Thread Guy's space because he was flooding the shit out of artifact. And I was like, no, 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 I got to get up here and clarify this. And spoke to him for the first time about all of that. Started jumping on Leap spaces. I started navigating spaces a lot. And that's when you came Compound. I think it was January 5th, if I'm not mistaken, when you was like, yo, I'm gonna start doing this every day. And I was like, every day? Like, shit. And you're like, yeah, man, we can start doing it every day. I was like, well, I will jump on as much as I possibly can to support you for sure. And never stop. We started up that day and it never stopped. And here we are. This is March 28th. It's
Wait, you
big
guys
round.
started this year? It seems like you've been doing it for like a year or so, or longer.
Man,
Damn.
it's Web3 time. You know how that works. It's what in Web3 time, this is what our third year, 30th anniversary.
yeah, we started like last week, bro. What are you talking about? Wait,
Right.
hey,
It's crazy.
use this time to chill. An ape-led space. My boy Cram does run a space tomorrow night called Bare Necessities. They drop alpha full of knowledge. Starts at 9:30. Cram, is it 9:30?
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
9:30. So there are apes out here that are running some fire spaces, and my whole intention with Bad Take was to just get some clones active out here as well, because the apes are leading by example. So that's what I wanted to do, and it's worked out, man. Everybody in here, shout out to y'all coming through, hanging out with us. SBJ did have his hand up first, and we'll jump back to Cramp. What's up, bro? I'm sorry.
Yo, yo,
Welcome.
yo, no worries. Yo, I kind of I wanted to meet you in LA, bro. I couldn't though. Like, I think we were both going to different events at the same time. I was rolling with Ape and the crew, but I was gonna pick up a clone tonight, or to youth. So like, I wanna know. I wanna like. I was thinking maybe I'll get a lowdown on what's going on with them because I have no idea what's going on in this ecosystem. So if this is not the
Bye,
space for
two
that,
youths.
I
Bye,
can
the
just
two
hit you up
youths.
in the DMs and we can, talk about it. But
No, this is the perfect opportunity for us to have a discussion, man. Let's go into a Compound. Who's going to go first?
Yo, Dre, you're on fire. Let's go.
So you had your choices were either one clone or two Utes.
yep.
What would make you? Before I jump into it, I want to ask you a question. What would make you want to buy the two Utes?
I mean, so for me, it's like with the clones, I'll be buying the FUD. With the youths, I'm buying the hype. So I mean, I'd rather be buying the FUD. So, and I think it's like the CloneX, like the community has been around for quite some time. So it's a tried and tested project. So like, I mean, I would prefer buying into the clones.
You know what? I asked you directly. What would make you buy the two Utes? And you gave me all reasons on why you should buy clones. So I think you already know
Yo,
what
I'm
your
not in the
answer
youth
is right
space.
there.
I'm in the CloneX space. Yo.
Well, there you go. It don't matter. I think you already know where your answer lies. Then you see how that worked.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I was just hoping to like get what do I need to know before buying, like anything that like everything that's happened, what's coming up, and or what things to be excited about, shit like that, or anything about the community, like anything that I need to know.
Oh, for sure. All right. Well, there's multiple things that are coming up. 4/24, April 24th is the forging of the Air Force One DNAs. And what that means is CloneX as a project has 8 different DNAs: human, robot, angel, demon, um, alien, undead, Murakami DNA, and Murakami. Did I get them all?
Reptile, I believe.
A reptile, Mr. Reptile. 8 DNAs. And with those DNAs, they have Nike Air Force Ones that represent each separate DNA. So you have the opportunity to buy these Nike Air Force Ones before they forge on the 24th. And with you holding that token, that NFT, it gives you the ability to forge on the 24th to receive an actual physical pair. Those should be released by the end of the year, probably quarter 4. That's coming up. We also have another pair of shoes, the Crypto Kicks in real life. Those dropped in December. You can still buy the token for those pair of shoes and get that forging before they're supposed to happen. It's supposed to happen, I think, at the end of June or the beginning of July, if I'm not mistaken. But make sure you buy a hubbed pair on the secondary markets if you want to forge them for a real pair. What else is coming up? We got
I think the most exciting thing about clones, and we're starting to see it now that Fortnite Builder and Fortnite Creative is out, is that when you get your clone, you get full access to the entire 3D files, and every asset you buy in Artifact has 3D files that come with it as well. So we're already seeing people that are putting their clones and putting all their assets asses, damn, putting their assets into like Fortnite Creative and building worlds with their Artifact assets. As far as I know, there are some other projects that do have 3D files, but there are no other projects at the size of Artifact that provide the 3D files to the extent, and then also provide all the creator tools with it, like plugins to Blender, tutorials, communities that you can reach out to and help. Like if I really wanted to get plugged in and like really start learning Blender, there's about 10 people in this chat right now, in this space right now. I could probably message and they would get on a call with me personally and walk me through like really deep diving into Blender. But we have plugins in Blender called clone.tools that we all have access to, so that you can start doing dope renders. And guys, anybody listening, if you have any stick renders that you've done,
Rogan.
Also, like when you pick your clone, if you're picking a clone, there's like the DNAs. There's kind of like subcultures that happen, right? Like, these guys always mention how like the robots are usually like the most creative. Like there's the angels. You get different items and airdrops depending on your DNA. So like Dre mentioned, the Air Forces. Like if you had a specific type of DNA, you got a specific airdrop. And yeah, and like for me, I chose a demon because like yeah, I just wanted, demon time. Not many people rep the demons, so I wanted to like show out for the demons. And so like really think about like what you want to buy. And right now is a great time too because like a lot of these DNAs, they're closer to the floor and they're super close to the floor, and like it's a great opportunity.
Awesome. So wait, Millie, you said something about like some merging. So like, does that mean I have to get, if I get a CloneX, do I have to get another NFT with it to do something for the um for?
To receive the Air Force Ones, yes, because the mint for the Air Force Ones already happened. That was, I don't even know how long ago it was now, but um yes, you have to, if you want to get the Air Force Ones, you have to buy the Air Force One token separately. But there will be other up and coming situations happening. I can't say as of when because I don't know when, but like Deep said, owning a reptile got you the possibility to mint the reptile Air Force Ones. Owning a Murakami DNA gave you the opportunity to mint the Murakami DNA Air Force Ones, so on and so forth. And it's been that way through a lot of different of the air for or the airdrops and opportunities to purchase, just depending on what DNA that you have. When they had the clothing for the season one release, they had the people who, again, if you own the reptile, you had the ability to mint out the reptile clothing, and whatever that came along with the reptile clothing package. So, yes, to answer your question, you have to buy separate tokens as of now. But in the future, whenever those things come to fruition again, it'll be based on that same type of basis to receive those airdrops.
Gotcha. And once you get those tokens, like, do you still have to pay for the sneakers? Like, I mean, I have no clue how any of those mechanics work.
Yep, it's Nike, man. You got to pay for anything that Nike is providing. You have to pay for it. I can't, like, we don't know how the future will go. We don't know if they are changing any parameters, but up to this point, thus far, it's been that if you have clothing or anything that you wanted to get and it was Nike provided, you had to pay for it. So, yeah, you have to pay for these Air Force Ones. But I'm not sure if you're into the sneaker market or a sneakerhead or in sneaker culture at all. These will be some of the most limited edition, high quality pairs of shoes that you or Air Force One that you've ever seen. So if you don't want to keep them, I mean, you can figure out ways to get rid of them because I'm sure there'll be a lot of people who will be interested in getting them and getting them themselves. So just keep that in mind as well. It's not the same situation with a high yellow Adidas jumpsuit. You know what I'm saying? People actually probably want these.
Gotcha. And just to be clear, to get those sneakers, you need both. You need a CloneX and that sneaker token, right?
No, you don't need a clone. You can buy the shoes by themselves right now. You can buy the shoe token by itself, the NFT by itself, and be able to get the shoe. You don't need the clone for it. But clones are god tier, meaning that everything starts with a clone. So if you minted the clone back when the minting happened, you received and you held that clone for the snapshot, you received the airdrop of the space pod that they gave out for free, and the loot pod that they gave out for free, and the monolith that they gave out for free, and so on and so forth. But it all came from owning a clone. The Animus eggs for the next project, they took the snapshot for that in December as well, and you received one egg for every clone that you own. So that's the god tier token in this ecosystem. So if you do own one of those, like I said, when they start up that whole process of building the lore, it will come with the association of the clone.
Yo, can we get a one of one pigeon as an animist though? Come on, you can't be doing that to me when you saying clones are god tier, but you guys forgot about the pigeons. Thanks, Dre.
I got you, baby. No problem. SBJ, any other problem? Any other questions, man? I got you.
No, yeah, no, that was pretty good. I'll shop around tonight. Let's see what I get.
Cool, brother. Good luck. I would like to know, and seriously, I wanted to ask because I have no idea about Utes either. But that was a serious question when I asked what made you want to get the
Yo,
Utes,
I asked
the
that
two Utes.
question to a lot of youth holder, and it seems like they're just buying into the Frank hype, and which is cool. Like, Frank's a good salesman, but I don't know what their vision is for their product. Like, maybe it's just an IP play. I like, and which is cool, which is fine. But I mean, I want to know what I'm buying into, right? But I asked around it, and there all of them. They just say trust in Frank, and I don't know. It sounds cultish.
Did you see the initial advertisement?
What's that?
Did you see the initial advertisement before Utes? It was that was called something else. It was like the Dobies or something like that, or what was it called? Dubbies.
Nah,
Oh,
I
that
didn't see that.
it was like some comedy 2D art going to college kind of. I don't know. I didn't I didn't care for it.
It's wild to me, man. Like nothing against any other project, right? Of course, right? Everybody would, to each his own. But it's wild to me that people they really either don't know or don't care to what's happening within this ecosystem. The fact that Artifact was acquired by Nike, in my mind, should be more than enough to be like, not just be like, oh, we just trust in this person. It's like, yo, what's some real shit happening over here? Like, I don't know if you saw the news that just came out last week about Artifact doing something with NVIDIA, right? And that goes to what Compound was saying about being able to use your VRM, um, everything this comes with your VRM to integrate into other 3D assets or other games and things of that nature. Like, it's mad wild to me. People are like, yeah, I'm about to just jump into this just because. It's like, what?
Dude, I think with the like with Diga or like youths and everything, it's all it's all Frank, right? It's I think people like that he's an active founder on Spaces. You can talk to him, you can DM him. People like that transparency. I don't know what they're doing either, right? And I hear from Frank regularly on Spaces. I don't really know what's on the roadmap or what the plan is, but I do know in this space, active founders do get put on like a pedestal because uh, I guess just because they can, I guess the community can reach them. I think like right now, like with Artifact, I think you guys were just talking about this earlier, just like the communication, hey, effective communication, and it's like, well, if you can see Frank on Spaces Monday through Friday, that kind of helps with that communication piece. So I think people are investing in people in this space. The space is so young, so we're investing in people. Granted, yes, like Artifact, Nike, like I don't see why you would fade this project, um, giving it's Nike and like everything Artifact has done to this point. But again, going back to communication, it's clear. It's like, hey Frank, why the hell did you do that? I can ask him tomorrow. It's more difficult to ask like the Artifact founders, hey, why did you guys approach this, or why didn't you guys take this approach? You'll probably never get that answer, right? Or at least most people. So I just wanted to kind of briefly touch on that. But I don't have any youths. I don't have any D gods. I just want to touch on that.
I think what Dre said earlier about like not knowing, like even though I was an outsider following Artifact, I think so much was happening, so much was getting released in the year. I kind of got lost, you know what I mean, and I didn't care to like look into it too deeply because I wasn't in it. So I think there's that factor. Yeah, I think just so much went on.
I think there's two things in play. Actually doing something, and then there's also the communication, and I think it works together. And the fact that youths are, the founders present, and as well is maybe he's not delivering as well as people would want it, but at least he's doing something. And I think the communications with Artifact is missing, but at least we're doing something. So maybe if we can up the communication, that'll be great.
Since we're on the subject of Utes and Frank and the gods, something that I've been observing and really taking note of is that, you know, Frank said this recently, and I know a lot of people have a lot of different feelings around Frank, and all of it is valid how you feel and what you observed. But there's one thing that I can say that when you really take it in, you're like, wow, is that, he said, I think it was yesterday or the day before, which I was like, this is a really good point. He said he reads every single comment, every single thing that he can. I mean, of course he can't read it all, but from how much he's on Twitter, it sure does seem like he probably reads. He says he goes into other people's discords and searches to see what they're saying. And to me, that sort of obsession is what
people are attracted to, that obsession to have the best project. And comparing Artifact and DGods and Use, I mean, they're completely different things. I will say though, I really admire, and I can honestly say I really am taking note towards things that Utes, Frank, DGods. I met Kevin DGods, who runs Dust Labs at NFTLA. I had the chance to talk with him some and kind of understand is that like they play their strengths and they play what they do best. And I honestly think that Frank loves sitting on Twitter 24/7, 365. So that's what he does. And he does it well. And he markets to people who want to listen to him and those who don't. And he eventually, what Utes DGods delivers is what every project wants to deliver, and that's price goes up, and that is value back to the holders. What they're building, how they're building it, again, all of that you guys were saying, like who knows? But at the end of the day, they're delivering price go up with their assets. And it's undeniable. And the amount of times I've seen on people's timelines, hey, I bought this Ute for this, and then I sold it for this. I made this profit, and I'm getting back into it. Like, there's something to be said for that, and to take a note that um, Kevin Rowe said it, even though I know Boomberg isn't doing the best. A few other founders have said it, and I have to say that like it is true. It's like at the end of the day, if I bought an asset, doesn't matter what it is, and it has a vibrant community, and this is the culture of it, and this asset that I bought keeps going up in price. You're not gonna have a lot of complaints. You're really gonna have something that people are going to want to be a part of, and there's something to be said about that.
But my question again to I mean to anyone that is in the youth is like, what exactly can you pinpoint to something that he has delivered? Because I from what I understand, he's doing a lot of brand building, hyping shit up, getting that name out there. That's a lot of brand building, and that's it's understandable. But from a product standpoint, what is he delivering? I don't know.
The product he's delivering is NFT. He's delivering digital experiences, in real life experiences. He's delivering value to the holders, and that what they buy goes up. Somebody could buy an asset, buy two different assets, and one asset, could deliver a whole bunch of things that nobody wants or nobody cares about, and the other asset could deliver nothing but still go up in price, or deliver something that other people value. Like, what I'm starting to learn and see about the community, which I was taking this media course with this not media course, media education that I was taking this morning with this major advertising firm. It's kind of their internal education, and that the number one place for community is not Twitter, it's not Instagram, it's not Discord, it's not Facebook, it's Reddit. And and they basically broke down what was working in Reddit, and what Reddit delivers is where Facebook, it's stuff you don't want to know about from people Reddit delivers stuff you do want to know about from people that you don't know. And that's valuable. And that's what I see in the same sort of sense that that not just their project, there's some other ones, like I honestly don't know what Sappy Seals does. I don't know what Punchy Penguins does. But those communities are thriving, they're growing. They're not, maybe they're delivering product I just don't know about. And but they're delivering on experience that people want. They're also delivering on floor price go up, which money into your pocket is one of the highest utilities you can get in Web3. I mean, I farmed the Arbitrum drop. I farmed several drops, and I got this free money. And I was reading this one tweet about it, and it was just like the tweet was like, whether you got a lot on ARB, whether you didn't get anything, whether you're afraid you're going to sell it too early or you're going to wait till to go to zero, be grateful that you just got this free money. And at the end of the day, if you're buying literally a JPEG, a picture of a youth, or a picture of a DGOD, or a picture of a Sappy Steel, I'm just using examples, or a picture of this thing, and you use it, or maybe it just sits in your wallet and it goes up in value, that has value, and that's what those assets are doing. And I didn't have this perspective for the longest, if I'm really honest, but I'm just starting to kind of settle into it, because as this bear market whittles away at companies, at projects, at founders, at community members, at artists, it's like the bear market just like whittles away. You're seeing what's rising to the top, and what's rising to the top is community and floor price going up. People don't even really care about stuff as long as your floor price. And I'm not saying that's the only important thing, or that is what's important, but that's important to a segment of this space, and that's why this space is choosing to participate.
I disagree, to be honest, because it's a different market, right? Like there, it's Solano, right? Like if you look at the seals, they haven't been driving like in terms of price. If you like, what's gonna happen is you're gonna see the gods. They haven't been exposed to a huge macroeconomic setting that NFTs has been exposed to in ETH, which is blur farming, right? You like blur. Blur farming has been treating NFTs like shitcoins. That's why, like, if you look at the price action of clones and if you look at pudgies and whatever, they're all like not pudgies. It's like clones, doodles, and something else. They're all pretty much at the same price point because the way that the top players are using it is like a shitcoin, and because they've been able to do it in Solano, they're like the bored apes of Solano, right? Like the gods and Utes, right? Like Utes will probably be fine because they're gonna be on Polygon, but you're gonna see what's gonna happen once the gods merges on Friday. Like people are gonna farm the hell out of that, and like we'll see how they react, right? Like they're gonna be exposed to ETH, a whole different ecosystem, whole different customer base. It's I don't think that's true because like WAB is very similar to Frank, right, in terms of how they operate there. Like I respect both of them, but like WAB hasn't been able to drive price as much as like someone like Luca has. Like it's been around 1 ETH for about like a year now. So um, yeah, that's just my take on it.
No, I definitely understand. Listen. I don't know Sappy Seals or Pudgies that well, so I can't really. And I don't study their price action unless I haven't looked at their charts in a while. Put it like that. And to be honest with you, I've had my foot and my ear in my head in the market, but I haven't been all the way in the market because I'm actually producing a show right now, and so I could be wrong about that stuff, but I know what I have been studying is I have been studying Frank, I have been studying Use, I have been studying Polygon as a chain. I have been studying. They met them just last week at NFT LA. I was able to talk with them and understanding like there is a success. Like one thing that
You started off with Duppies, and then they gave whitelist to all the top influencers out there.
who
Let them mint out cheaper than everybody else, and everybody pumped it because they want to be a part of that celebrity kind of status and be friends with all these amazing devs and everything. And that's what pumped it
pumped what?
until it became really bad to be like, hey, let's get all the influencers to buy our
Which one are
NFT
you
and like
talking about? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Utes.
Yeah, there was a
Utes. That's
useless.
yeah. So it started off with these, and then Duppies. I guess they rebranded to Utes because somebody minted Duppies and sent it out before they even did. And then they made Utes, hired this person to do their artwork, and I'm not sure what happened, but that didn't go through. And they made another collection, which what is it now? I mean, I could be wrong. Somebody
No,
can
no,
fix
but I
my
mean, you're stating that they went through storms and they've weathered those
right,
storms.
right, right.
But like, I'm trying
I
to.
mean,
What I here's the thing is like with coming at the top, like I've definitely noticed a lot of counterpoints, counter opinions, hate, jealousy, enviness, and I lean into that. Like with how much success they've had in crossing over, I'm also leaning into like, well, what is the issue? Why do people have issue? Why do people have issue with Artifact? Like, where's the beef? Where's the beef, bro? Like, where's it at? And you know, um, again, like in studying them and studying what youths and what they're doing, I've owned none. I've totally fucking faded the useless D guys. I've not owned a single dust token. But what I'm realizing too is that part of all of these different biases that we can have, whether it's bias, bag bias, confirmation bias, our own other biases based on where we live, what we've been through, is that we have a lot of these biases that blind us. And I'm talking to myself first. And one of them is just like, I'm starting to study other projects and study why, like, projects would, project founders would literally pay any amount to have the kind of cult following and stickiness that Frank does. Like, people would do anything, and as much as they want to hate on it, and as much as it can be like, okay, this is a little culty, it is what it is, and it is, and it is like if he wanted to mobilize something, which it seems like he is, he could, and like it's just something to take note of because if you want to, grow in this space, I personally am looking at those who are really doing something differently in a way that is something that I feel like I could grow from. And not that he's doing something so different, but like there is something to be said like about someone who's like, I'm just gonna cross chains. I'm gonna take my whole entire collections and just move them to do different chains. Like I don't know anybody who's done that. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of a big deal, especially that for Solana, especially too. Like I'm like, well, what's gonna happen to Solana? Who's gonna fill that gaping wide hole?
But even with that, right? I think it boils down still to the same question: like, what's the utility of holding these projects outside of building the
And it comes
branding?
back to perception again, right?
A
To
hundred
what
percent,
people see, what people hear.
100%.
What is it?
That
Loud voices, man. Get heard whether you like them or not. It's like there's going to be a lot of people that gravitate towards that shit, whether or not they're actually spouting quote unquote truth or value, quote unquote, or whatnot. So I tend to agree, with Ninja there. And I think, it comes back to what I was saying before. It's the perception. It's not so much the reality, man. Most people don't fucking give a shit about reality. Most people just, they want to go on emotion, man. And again, that's why markets are emotional, man. That's why things become undervalued because they might not be hyped, but they might have actual utility that'll manifest, in the next cycle. But people gravitate towards the hype and the emotions because we are emotional creatures. And that's, I think, what Frank understands.
And to the point that Ninja made earlier, he said the utility, the highest utility a project could offer is a higher floor price and profits and stuff. But when you really think about it, like how do you realize those profits? It's when you sell your NFT. So like from a founder perspective, why would a founder want its core community, like selling out of the project unless you're holding like multiple? But anyone with a single bag, like how do you, like how is that a utility? Like delivering an experience, like feeling like you're privileged to hold this NFT. That's a different, I guess that's a different sales pitch altogether. Like look at this guy Ape up here. He shows youth so hard, like because he feels proud of being part of that community and
I
rocking
mean,
that
how
PFP.
would you feel if they personally choose who get a youth list? How do you feel about that?
No, I mean, yeah,
Like, if I personally choose you to have a white list with Artifact, like, how do you feel about that?
I would feel pretty great if I'm chosen, but if I'm
I
right.
not,
mean, like,
I'd feel
right.
shitty.
I think that would be dope. I think that's a dope thing. But it boils down again
I
to
mean,
marketing.
how do
It
you
boils
feel
down to the
being the public and not being able to be chosen just because you don't have that celebrity status?
well, it's again, it boils down to marketing. It's the same formula that I always say, right? The awareness, the hype, and the FOMO.
Well,
So
this is Web3. Aren't we trying to have a different mindset being in Web3?
No, I hear what you're saying. Subscribe, and no, it does. Let's talk about it. It doesn't feel good, and there's whitelist. Excuse me, don't like that word. There's allow lists that I've applied for that I did not get, and I felt like I was unworthy. And there's ones that I did get, and I felt like, wow, I really feel seen. And as people, we want to feel seen. Like everybody, like that's one of my goals as a human is to help people to feel seen. Because I know I like to feel seen. And you don't feel seen, and you do feel a certain way. But what they were attempting to do, or what that meta was for that time, like Dre was saying too, was marketing because they basically started. And you saw it all the time, like it was free marketing. There was this marketing going on for this youth list, and all of a sudden, and I faded it. I'm like, why didn't I apply? I probably could have made a got a youth or got it, but I didn't, But it made me want to apply for more stuff, which I got other things. But what I have found is, the people who don't get it, or the people who they may not choose, and it looks like it's a celebrity, and they're definitely choosing the popular people, and it doesn't feel good. It does not feel
Yeah,
good to not get
I've been
chosen.
following Duppies. I've been following their Discord. I was nobody, and
Wait,
it's not being chosen.
But here's the thing: is the point I was going to make though, real quick. Subscribe is, and this goes with anything in life, is that I hear you. I know the feeling. We take it personal, but 10 times out of 10, it's not personal. It's not personal to you, and trust me,
It
like
shouldn't be,
everybody.
but this is, it's Web3, like me trying to join the space. Like I want to be included in some way, and that's why I came
Well,
into Artifact, because I felt like I'm included, even though I didn't have a clone.
but think about it like this too, right? Like I understand how inclusion works. I understand people they feel like, oh, it's Web3, we're all wag me, right? We're all gonna make it. Like, nah, bro. Like, all of us ain't gonna make it. It's still Web3, but you still have to do the work that it takes in any other sector in life to get things done as well. You're not just gonna be included because you're part of the crowd. Do something, put some time, energy, and effort behind it to do something, and then that's how you build the bridges to those people who include you and how you become a part of a community. Like,
I
no
mean, I don't
participation
start good
awards
at
here.
like
yo, look. I
new
know
group
everybody has
through them.
like something they want to say real quick. I really want to hear from Ape, right? Because we're talking about Frank, we're talking about D Gods, Utes. I really want to hear from Ape. I want to know
Bro,
why did Ape buy into that project? What's keeping him
you
there?
want to know the alpha? Solana,
Yes, give it to me.
Force, Polygon is for the peasants. But you know what? We're gonna change that. I plan to get a clone while they're low. No, in all seriousness though, right? Dre, I completely agree with what you're saying. Subscribe, I actually agree with what you're saying too. But Dre's got good points, right? Like you got to think like, not he made it so not everyone gets access to it, and that way the project's more hyped. It's just branding and marketing. It's just like every other project is doing right now. Everyone's trying to grab the hype and then fucking release the project or make it exclusive so you want to get inside of that project. And then you have people that aren't flooring shit. You got people that are actually holding shit. That's how I see it, but I could be wrong too. And I also see where you're coming from because it's like, yo, you're handpicking it. You know what I mean? So
But
it could go
no,
either way.
nobody wants to be a part of the thing that everyone's a part of, regardless of it's Web 2, Web 1, Web 2, Web 3. Nobody wants to be a part of that one thing that everybody can have. That's part of us as human beings. That's why I said the formula, the awareness. So the awareness, oh shit, this is happening. Oh shit, this project is jumping, or it's about to be released. That and it brings up the hype. Oh shit, you have to be selected to be a part of this project. Damn, I want to be a part of that. That creates the FOMO. That creates the drive. It's just part of human nature. Regardless of what sector you're in, nobody wants the man or the woman that everybody has had, right? Like, no, brother, you Susie on the street been with everybody. I don't want to mess with Susie. I want Betty. Betty ain't messing with nobody. You know what I'm saying? Same situation. It's nobody wants what everybody has, regardless of if it's Web 3 or not. So it's just part of the marketing, and it's a project. At the end of the day, they have
So
to want to
Artifact,
sell it out.
but
What I think is gonna happen is like youths honestly will do really well. Like, um, going on Polygon, like they're gonna be onboarding a crazy amount of people onto Polygon because of this merger, and like I think they'll dominate, right? but with the gods, like the market is gonna market regardless, right? And ETH right now is just getting there's this whole blur situation, right? And it's you see like even though there was FUD, yeah, for CloneX and like it made us it went to this level, it went down on this level because of blur farming too, right? Because people list slower to get more points, etc., etc. And like the ETH market is different too. The ETH market is more mature in terms of NFTs. It's the most mature market, right? So getting like that's a huge risk right now in terms of the gods and coming into play. So like what at least what I predict, which isn't of course like end all be all for sure, but like just based off of what I believe, I think like youths are gonna do really well into gods. Like they're gonna definitely be tested because on Solana, like
Can I
not
ask you a question, D?
not many people have built on Solana. Like there hasn't been much utility, right? So they're gonna have to deliver once they come to ETH because that's what people in ETH want. They want people to deliver. But yeah, sorry, Ninja, what were you saying?
No, I have a question for you, D.
Yeah,
I want to know if we're talking about marketing
yeah.
and we're looking at the ETH space and we're looking at the marketing going on in the ETH space, why do you think, really curious to know, why don't you think that this same marketing that got them to number one on Solana, and they weren't number one on Solana, granted, lower volume, agree there, but the same marketing that got them the grant from Polygon, that got them to, why don't you think that that marketing is going to work on ETH? Because from my perspective, when I look at the marketing and the lack of doing it right, the lack of comms, the lack of a whole bunch of stuff on the ETH projects, Frank again and the team, they're doing pretty well for Web3 Twitter marketing. You know, like
They
they're
are
doing
right.
better than and they're doing better than top projects with top musicians as creative directors and all sorts of other things. And like it's they're doing it grassroots, and that grassroots is like it's like it's unstoppable. It's that grassroots is really unstoppable.
What I think is like people that are in Solana, people that are in ETH, it comes down to like a hierarchy, right? Of like, what coin are you into, right? Like what ecosystem are you into in terms of cryptocurrency? And so if you're in a Solana ecosystem, you're gonna most likely buy Solana tokens, right? Like for them, they're increasing their competition tenfold by entering the Ethereum market, right? They're like for example, a good example is like the gods is a comparison to Azuki, but Azuki's on another level in terms of that, in my opinion. In terms of the marketing, what they're doing with beans and even Pudgies, right? They're kind of on that same level, right? And in Solana, there wasn't much competition other than like
There was no
themselves.
liquidity on Solana. Solana lacked liquidity. Yeah, they may be increasing the competition, but they're also increasing the liquidity. You said it yourself. You said that there's
Yeah,
the
they're
most
increasing the
established.
liquidity, right? But then Blur is gonna
No, no, but
destroy
what's
them,
your
right?
okay? But Blur, that's you're making they're two separate. Blur is a different thing.
But you
Blur is
have to
a whole.
consider that in the current market, right? That's what's going on.
I
That's
mean, there's nothing wrong with Blur. Like I hear a lot of Blur complaining, but
because
they don't
the
understand
mechanics
that.
the mechanics of Blur, right, is in order to gain points, you people are sweeping and listing,
But
and
listen, we
in order
understand
to
how
do
Blur works, but you got to understand, as a trader and being in trader discords, yeah, there's this narrative going around that it's only 150 wallets. There's more than 150 wallets operating Blur. I use Blur. A lot of people use Blur. I enjoy Blur as a product for what it does. I get cheap NFTs, inexpensive NFTs in the bear market. Blur is doing its job. I'm not saying that I like everything Blur does. I'm not saying that it's fair, quote unquote, but
I'm
that's
not fudding Blur at all, right? I'm just
no,
saying
but
this
you
is
brought
what
them up
the
several times, and then
no,
like
but
like
this
like
is the
Blur.
mechanics of the NFT game right now, right? You have to understand the gamification of NFTs right now. This is what the meta is. It's controlled by a small amount of people that have insane amounts of
It's the same with TradFi too.
Wait, hey
It's
fellas,
controlled.
I want to
That's
pop in really quick, just really,
What's up,
really
Graham?
quick,
What's up,
because
Graham?
when we bridge, does anyone know that when when D-Gods bridges over to ETH, is it going to be a 721 or an 1155, right? Because maybe Kuro
It'll
knows this. Hey, Kuro or Deep, do you
It's
know?
going to be a
721.
721.
it's gonna be a
Okay, so
721, right? Because
okay, for
55
sure.
is like more of a burning mechanism. But yeah,
Okay, I'm just double checking because yeah, you can't blur farm 1155s. So it's if that's 100% gonna happen, if it's 100% gonna be a 721, yeah, they're gonna get blur farm Ninja. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're a 10 ETH floor, 15 ETH floor, they're gonna get blur farmed as well. We're seeing it with literally every collection. So I think that's basically what Deep is saying is that they're gonna get hit in the gut, just like Moonbirds, like Doodles,
CryptoPunks
like CloneX, yeah, CryptoPunks.
got
Um,
smashed,
and it
bro.
doesn't matter. It doesn't take away what these projects are doing, right? Doodles is building real shit and real like they're fully just transitioned. Hey, fuck it, we're Web 2. Like fuck it, let's just be Web 2, right? It doesn't take away what they're doing. It just means the blur farming is so juicy. People are benefiting massively from doing it, and they can hurt these projects along the way. It does not mean that they're not building. It doesn't mean their communities suck, right?
Cram, you explained it way better than I could. Thank you for that, by the way.
Yeah, I feel like that was what you were trying to get at, and I was like,
But
understand if
hurting the communities is a perspective. Like I don't think they're lowering. Listen, a lower floor price is not a bad thing. You know, punks getting smashed is not a bad thing. Maybe to someone who doesn't have any liquidity, maybe to someone who holding a punk or bought it a couple weeks earlier for more or a couple or whenever. But for someone who is looking to buy and to get cheaper assets in a bear market, this is gold. This is what bear markets are made of. It's like break it all down. Let's get it to the very bottom. Let's get bare bottom prices. And this is coming from
L tier.
being in multiple bear markets. Like you gotta understand, in bear markets, these are gifts. What Blur is doing is a gift. You get to buy clones for close to 3 ETH. No one would have ever thought
Yo,
back.
there's assets that you can sell that people are actually, putting putting in bids on now, and like you're like, fuck, I'm never gonna get rid of these. Like nobody's gonna.
Oh,
It's
I
It's
definitely
perspective.
agree. I definitely agree. Like I was talking more in the short term. In the long term, the community is definitely gonna stick by, and like the core community is gonna support them. So I think we were just like, I guess, just having two different conversations. But yeah, I do agree with you on that part.
No, I really enjoy your perspective, Dave. No, I mean, I don't even think we're having two different conversations. I really enjoy hearing your perspective. I really enjoy hearing your perspective too, Cram. Like, yeah, I think that this is like, to me, this is some of the most exciting times because it's boiled down to like what is really going to stay around. People are being exposed, things are getting exposed. You know, you're really getting to see what these markets and what these people and how we're all, even, I'm being challenged in ways and to grow and to be better. And I think we all are. And we're like, this is real community. It's small, it's tight knit. We genuinely know each other online, offline. We talk to each other more than we talk to our families sometimes and other people. So these are exciting times. I think that like just from my perspective, the more that we hang in here and the more that we learn, we are going to be the barons and the gods and the goddesses and all of it of knowledge, of wisdom, of being able to know how to navigate new markets as they come. Because best believe there is some stuff brewing, US dollar is losing its power. Bitcoin is pumping when this has been said that it was never going to decouple, and it's looking like it could potentially decouple. Who knows? I could be completely wrong. It still could be a fucking pipe dream. But like things are looking really juicy on the macro level of the worldscape and also in the crypto world. So it's more things are being built under the hood than ever before. Like all of the infrastructure is being laid. It's the perfect storm is brewing for another bull market. I feel it, and it starts with as we just keep going, into this bear market, and it just being and prices just keep getting better. When I'm saying lower, and you'll see, and there'll be a flip, even with Artifact. Like I had to remember when I was like, damn, they are just still hating, but sentiment can change like that. It's almost like a light switch. It can flick on and off, and all of a sudden the artifact and clones will be be the hottest thing, the hottest toy that everybody wants again. Just like I think other collections will. I don't know how many. I mean, I know for sure Artifact. But it's like it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time.
I said the same exact thing, man. Out of nowhere, just like that news hit in November 21 that they were
We're
acquired
just
by
like the
Nike.
Schrodinger cat
It's the
of
same
crypto. It's
situation.
both good and bad at the same time until like we get to like when the bull market returns and someone opens the fucking box, and then we're gonna see what the truth is. But until then, it's like Schrodinger's cat, I feel.
Alone, can you hear Dre Millie?
Oh, I'm rugging. I'm sorry, Dre.
No, I assumed it was just so. Guys, I apologize. I've been rugged for like 20 minutes. I actually had to exit Twitter, the app, and luckily I have co-hosts that held the space up, and I reopened Twitter that let me rejoin. I heard the majority of everything. Some good conversation going on. I get both points. I get both sides of the story. I think what Deep's trying to say is that they're just going to be exposed to some blur farming now, which they weren't previously. And as long as the community sticks together, as we know, when floor price goes down, sentiment can go down, and like you can start to feel a little hurt. The community can get hurt, right? And as long as the community sticks together and the team communicates, stays transparent, and kind of works with the community, lowering floor price is not a big deal as long as they're talking their way through it. And of course, I love Ninja's point because I love the opportunity to enter into things that you believe in long term at a better price, right? And if you have a longer term vision, you can enter, these projects at these times. So both points were really valid. We got a new speaker up here. I believe Ryan had his hand up first, or was it Alt Ego? I'm going to go to Ryan, and if I got that wrong, I apologize.
Hey, Ryan, before you go, can we get some retweets of the room? We got 38 people in here. It's only 11 retweets. Let's crank that up to 38 too.
Yo, let's crank it. And we're gonna try to get Polly up here. She's requesting. She's a Ute too. We're gonna get some Utes on stage since we're talking about Utes. So, like, let's rep the Utes up here. If anybody wants to rotate, I don't like to be the bad guy.
Yeah, if I boot you, don't take it personal. Come back later.
By the way, just real quick, like youths in Jamaican slang is like a youth, and that's all I think about when I hear youths. You know what I mean? It's just funny.
What's up, Ryan?
What's up, guys? Yeah, thanks for having me speak. I really love this conversation, and I really enjoyed the back and forth with Deep and Ninja. My whole thing with this situation with Frank, right? And it's really interesting how like the conversation around him has kind of evolved, right? Because before, especially during the whole like Ute list thing, obviously he gained a lot of like more attention, and the discussion kind of like went around the Ute list, and it kind of was its own thing. And you know but again, like Deep kind of called out, right? Like it was on you guys know that meme where that guy's in the chair playing the video game, and he's chilling, and then all of a sudden he has to start paying attention. Like that's how I felt like the ecosystem reacted to him. Like so, whether he does good or bad or whatever it is, he's undeniable at this point. And I think that's the thing that like he's so good at. Like we're in a artifact slash CloneX space, and we're trying to figure this out, right? You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of like energy he's bringing. And like to Ninja's point, like it's a really exciting time because now really like, you know, here's a figure who we've kind of like, we've had discourse and admired from afar. Okay, but he's cool. He can do his thing over there. Oh, no, no, no. He's coming to our court now. Right? So we're gonna find out what's really good. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I think is kind of getting missed in all of this. It's like people this is the thing with Web3 in general is like our perception of time and time horizons is so short. We build these narratives around these characters you know before they do anything. And what Frank is great at is he's kind of like subverted everyone's like expectations this entire time. right? So, I'm not saying like he's gonna do good or bad. I think it's good that he's here, especially at this time, to like shake things up. Ultimately, and I'm really interested to see what happens.
Yo,
There you
isn't
go.
it concerning though that building all this hype and when he actually delivers the project, I think, making sure that the delivery meets the expectation, that's important too. So definitely it's gotta, for me, that's why I would rather be on the sidelines and see if there's, an actual delivery that matches the hype.
Yo, props to the dude though, man. He's mad transparent on his tweets, and he actually goes into talking about how stressed and like how like nervous he is for this kind of shit because no major project has had to move chains before. And he worked, they worked with multiple different companies to get this right. And the last week leading up, I've been reading the tweets, and he's been very transparent about how he feels and how they plan to manage it, and like talking to the community, just like as long as we stick together and got each other's back, like we'll be good. So shout out to him for at least, acknowledging the stress that we already know those MFers are under. Like he acknowledges it. Let's jump to alt plus ego, alter ego. Uh, what's up,
Good.
bro? Welcome.
Hey there, how's it going?
Good, man. Welcome up, bro.
Good. Thanks. I just wanted to say, I don't know, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I'm in Australia at the moment, and been following you guys for a long time, and only recently kind of joined, or recently got a clone, that is. Just wanted to maybe just say for everyone on this call, there's a lot of heavy voices. There's a lot of concern and worry, whether it's conscious or not, in some of the words that people are saying. And I'd just say, if as much as you can, I would just really sit back and try and relax. My interest in CloneX was actually the community. Like I just found what the creators were doing online was just like nothing I've ever seen before. And actually, it was the creator community that got me interested in Artifact, not the founders themselves. And it's very easy to lose perspective in this crypto Twitter world. And you have to remind yourselves that, like, right now, the perception or the people that you're worried about or products you're worried about, this is such a tiny market right now. A lot of the different projects, if you ask the person on the street, have you heard of Youths? No. But if you ask them, if and when they join Web3, have you heard of Nike? I mean, you couldn't get too far away from 99% kind of thing. And so, while obviously perception matters because it's a natural response to what other people think, it's also really important to kind of give yourselves a break and think what you can perhaps do for the community, like some of the leaders have, and decide if this is a community, then perhaps you should. What could you do if you thought of your clone was worth zero? Versus, is this an investment club, which is also totally fine, in which case your thoughts perhaps are maybe a bit different. But it just feels, I think, a lot of people, and to some degree myself included, can be conflicted because we wanted to join a community, and then there was this kind of golden ticket placed out there with prices, and it can be really difficult to kind of get a sense of who you are and what community you want to be with. Certainly for me, I don't really care if it goes to zero, because I've always been interested in the brand and passionate towards the brand, and I think the clones are amazing. And so with that in mind, I kind of have a impartial response to a lot of what's going out there in terms of the FUD. But yeah, just remind yourselves, like, these markets and these competitors, they're so tiny. These numbers aren't really that significant until you've got the next wave of people in here. And if you asked, if you thought of the average person in the street who would join through AR, VR, what brands they've heard of, you can imagine they're going to make a beeline towards safety, which is brands like Nike, brands like Adidas, in fact, in this market. And so I think you guys are totally fine, and just to relax and enjoy the ride. That's it.
I'm putting
Appreciate
the
you, bro.
gods to zero. No, I'm joking.
What are we putting?
The gods to zero. That's my goal now.
Sick.
After
Hey,
this
let me
first
buy it.
book.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, that's beautiful. Um,
Polythene. All right, go.
okay. I wanted to share a behind the scene from my shoot today. It was actually fun. I'm still waiting for Bad Take PFP project. Bullish on Bad Take. But yeah, let's praise Frank before that. So when it comes to Frank, he has like a long track of successfully fulfilling expectations of his holders, and a lot of members of the community are there from initial to soul mint. So there's like a lot of value to be extracted from his journey, and his approach and his like personal life story is fascinating as well. So yeah, bullish. I guess bullish on Frank as well. Did he ever join the bet take?
Have we ever had Frank on here? No,
Oh
We
I
should
don't
just
think we
FUD
have.
him.
God,
Just
he's
FUD him so
Yeah,
the
I
price of
amazing.
the Utes goes down so I can buy some.
yeah.
I'm only bullish on people who have joined this space. So
AKA me.
yeah, bullish on Ape.
Always
Um,
bullish on Ape.
yo, all I'm saying is
I swear to God, everybody.
Polly has a seal. He has a Ute. Like she's just got a bag of NFTs that we don't even know. She's got all these different projects.
Damn.
She probably got like multiple clones that we don't even know about because she just like will randomly rock things that I never knew she had.
No, God,
I heard she's a Nike
like,
executive.
do you know
Honestly,
how
on the
hard it
street.
is? Like, you're having this identity crisis in the digital realm all the time because you're like supporting the projects and the communities. Or I'm just naturally curious person, but my top three, it's not just one. Um, it would be actually Seppi Seals. I found my forever seal a couple of days ago. Of course, it would be CloneX, and it would be Punks. Punks are the best. I'm sorry.
Yo, did you guys see the new Bad Take commercial that dropped? If you haven't seen the commercial, it's on Polly's page. Just dropped. Looks like it was Bad Take.
I pinned it up there.
Bad Take meets ballet or something like that. I don't know where they're at.
Wait, are those who are those? Are those paid actresses that you hired,
Did
Polly?
you hire the actresses for the commercial, Polly? Yeah, that's a good question.
And
Enter deep.
and where'd you get these funds to hire these actresses as well?
Where's the money at,
Yo,
Chloe?
that was a serious photo shoot. So a friend of mine is building a website centered around her journey in spirituality, like working in Kundalini. So that's actually one of the location I always have access to, or it is available for me to express my creativity. So this time, I shot Alona, actually performing this healing work on Anastasia. And I don't know, the moment, I just embraced the moment. I usually offer my model to pick a playlist, and this time like she didn't have any preferences, but I really wanted some sound on set, and we ended up giving the system couple of references for the artists that we like, and it ended up, so it's just, yes, it was a pure embracement of the moment. And I don't know, it's not the moment, it's the commercial. I'm rocking the Bad Take merch everywhere I go because it makes me very happy.
It looks good too, Polly. You're killing it out here.
It
Thanks for
makes us
repping.
happy. Thanks, Polly.
Thanks for repping. I do gotta let me make 2 points on what you guys are saying too. Like one about how Artifact isn't necessarily getting the shine that it needs, right? Because people don't necessarily understand what's going on within the ecosystem and they don't understand what it is. This is the point that I used to always come across when I first started working with Kendrick. Back, it was so early back in the day, they didn't even know who he was. So I'll say, "Yeah, I'm working with Kendrick Lamar," and they say, "Who?" And I'll say, "You heard of Dr. Dre?" And they say, "Yeah, I know Dr. Dre." Then there was, guilty by association. Oh, okay, Kendrick Lamar must be good because he's with Dr. Dre. Same situation here at Artifact. It was still amazing to me that we had to go through this, but it's the truth. Like SBJ said, like he doesn't even necessarily understand what's going on in the timeline. It's a lot of people who feel that way. So it's like, yeah, this is from CloneX that's with Artifact. And they say, who? And you say, yeah, have you heard of Nike? And they say, oh, yeah, I know Nike. And it's like, oh, yeah, there it is. Must be good because it's with Nike. You know what I mean? It's the same scenario. So that's just something for people to think about because the trajectory is so great. The probability of this Black Swan event that Ninja was talking about for it to go parabolic is so great because it's guilty by association. I just wanted to put that out there, mainly after SBJ when you're talking about buying two Utes. Like, bro, don't play yourself. Nothing against Frank, nothing against the marketing, but baby, don't play yourself. And
There's
now,
people that
speaking,
actually run far away from it because of Nike as well. So I'm just saying by experience, I met people that run. Oh, Drake, like it's not even
Thanks, subscribe.
thanks, subscribe. But no,
like
in speaking
real.
to Polly's point too as well, right? Like the switching up of the PFPs and having so many um I was gonna say bag of tricks, right, that you can utilize. I'm wonder about that. Like I want to know people's perspective on that as well, because I've had the same PFP since, the mint or damn near close. Does it get to a caged in situation if you don't switch out your PFP? Right? Like let's say I keep this and it's another clone that I pick up that I really like, and then I switch it out. People gonna be like, "Yo, who the hell is this?" Because they never seen that PFP associated with my name. So I wonder if she's doing it the right way. Maybe I should be like just periodically dropping switches of PFPs so people can understand. Like I might hit you with like Baron. Like Baron come through every night with something different. Maybe I should come through with something different so they get used to seeing me doing something different.
Every time I switch PFPs, I get shadow banned, dude. Like I pay this monthly membership, and I get in trouble when I change PFPs. This is bullshit.
I think as far as like changing PFPs, I think it really depends on what your Twitter goals are. Like, what are your goals here for Web3 or whatever? Like, what are you trying to do? Not everyone has the same goal. So, like, my goal is to build a digital identity. So I'm doing a lot of stuff with IP. I got hot sauce. I got this. I got that. I'm just doing a lot of stuff. I want my goal is for my mutant to be one of the most recognizable mutants. Right. That is my goal. Okay. So Dre, like we talked about this before, digital identity, you've been rocking it. I've been rocking this. I love the clone. As much as I want to switch over, I can't because I've been this since the beginning of my journey almost, right? So it kind of tells a story. It's a piece of my story. So what I do is I just all the projects that I rock with, I just kind of throw them in the banner, find somebody to make me a dope banner so I can rock all the communities or kind of show love to those communities that I rock with. But for me, like if I switch my PFP, like a lot of what I'm trying to do, I personally feel goes down the drain because it's like, well, I haven't seen that PFP in a while, or like some of the stuff that I do is associated with this music. Like when I do GM, like the audiobook of the day, like people know me by this. So if I switch and say, hey, GM audiobook of the day, throw my clone on there, and I've tried it. I've personally tried it. It gets zero, zero. Like not even the clones, even my guys right here won't even support it. You know what it is? They don't recognize it. They're like, what? They just scroll right past. So for me, for what I'm trying to do, it makes sense to not switch as often. Have I switched in the past? Absolutely. Kind of DJing. Oh, hey, let's play around with this one. All right, cool. Switch back. But now with this Twitter blue check mark, it makes it a lot difficult to just kind of get in and out. So that's my take on the PFP switch thing.
And it makes sense too. I mean, Yeah, we've spoken about it multiple times too, and that's how I utilize my clone as well. It's not even necessarily like I'm not looking to create like shirts or anything like that with my digital IP. What the reason that I value this community so much is because of everything that comes along with it, like outside of the PFP, meeting the people face to face, spending time with community, traveling to different areas around the world and knowing that there's people there who understand and know who I am and what I'm about, and we can link up and spend time and break bread. Like that's what it's about for me. It's not necessarily about just creating, it is creating a digital identity because they associate that PFP with my voice and my name. And then once they see me with my likeliness and who I am and the energy that I carry. So that's all part of the developmental strategy I guess I'm utilizing. But the point that I was making was because Cram, that same clone that we both saw on the floor that we wanted with the panda VVS and the rainbow grill and the Murakami eyes, like I would have got that joint if the stars aligned. Now, if I would have got it, would I have changed my PFP to Rocket? Like, and then it would have brought up to this whole conversation that we having right now. So yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. And
You know what? I if I was gonna, I almost got that clone, and I was like, you know what? Fuck, I'm just gonna fuck apes, man. I'm gonna switch over to mute or to clones, right? And I seriously was sitting there like for like a week, like, damn, is it? Am I really about to do this? You know? And I don't know why it's that deep for me, but I just been with these apes, and I guess I kind of subconsciously picked up a lot of kind of what they've been doing since the beginning. Um, so because I'm really good friends with a lot of OGs, people who minted apes. So kind of I guess I'm moving in similar ways. When I move to different communities, I see that they move different. Like clones don't move like apes at all. Like when Dre went to the other block, he was like, "Oh, okay, this is cool, but this is different. This is definitely different." And then we go to Artifact, the CloneX. I'm sorry, the CloneX LA event, which was lit, by the way. Shout out to you guys, CloneX LA, Dre Millie, Ninja, Sir Snapback, Compound, um, fucking Kaz, all the guys who was out there, Lens, like out there, like cooking the food, like these guys were working. They were working the entire event. They didn't. It seems like they weren't really enjoying themselves because they was working, right? I'm like, sir, Snapback, they got you out here working. He was like, yeah, man, I do this at work, so yeah, no, sir, Snapback, man, he's so dope, man. But man, the event was so awesome. That's originally why I came up. I met Paulie in person. Talked to Ninja, Compound, Dre, of course. But I met so many new people. I'm like, damn, you're here. I think, Rizzo. I think is Rizzo here. Yeah, Rizzo. Shout out to Rizzo down there. That Angel. I met her. There's just so many people that pulled up. There's so many people I'm missing too, by the way. But the event was the way you guys approached it. I don't know how to explain it, but the vibes were immaculate. The food was immaculate, right? Like the food was going all night. A lot of the events I went to, they were like they would have food for an hour, 2 hours, and it's done. It's like, bro, I'm here for 5 hours. I might want a little snack in an hour, 2 hours. So I'm glad you guys thought about that. That was important. Obviously, clones had unlimited drinks, which was awesome. Some of my non-clone holder friends, I had to get them a few drinks, because they had to pay. If you're not a clone, that's utility right there. We got some utility, and we didn't even get that utility from Artifact. We got it from CloneX LA. They provided that for us. So shout out to y'all again. You know what, guys? I just realized it's 8:40. I gotta put my kids to sleep, man. But I'm gonna drop down to listener. I'm gonna keep just kind of showing love. But yeah, shout out to y'all. Compound, keep doing what you're doing. I did want to ask you before I leave, Comp. How are you? How are you sustaining this? Like this Monday through Friday. Obviously, we're coming off of NFT LA, so that was kind of a break. I saw you were doing like 40-minute spaces and stuff like that. So you were kind of slacking last week, bro. But
Bro, I
yeah,
was
that
doing them on my drives to the events. Like I would be in the car, Dre would be driving in his car, and we would just be trying to get it in just so we can say what's up to the fam and stay consistent, right? Because consistency is key. But it's really easy to do it. If you've noticed, I haven't talked in the last like hour and a half. It's really easy to host a space when you don't have to say nothing.
and plus
no,
I
true,
he
bro.
don't got no kids, man. He ain't got no kids,
I
baby.
was
That's
I was
why.
I was rugged for like 30 minutes, so I was just kind of I literally
True.
just no sound. I was just watching the mics go on and off, and then I unrug myself, and everybody else has been having some good conversations since. But it's actually really easy when you have like a stage full of like really intelligent, smart people that can carry a good conversation. You really just kind of I actually see myself as kind of a participant here, right? Listening, learning. I listen and learn more than I do just go on monologues, to be honest. And I actually appreciate that from hosts
Dude,
that allow the
all
speakers
you
to
gotta
kind of talk.
all you gotta do is say, "Yo," you bring up some shoes, and then let Dre take it away, and you can get eat your dinner, take a shower, or bring up
Yo,
something. And Ninja could take the show as well. Like,
That's a
there's certain
yeah,
fact.
people in here that could steal this whole show right now.
That's a
Polly, shout
interceptions,
out to you.
baby.
Yeah,
Yo, if
dude.
you guys didn't tell me that it was open bar at um, CloneX LA, I would have booked the flight the next day if
Yeah,
I knew
well,
that information.
yep.
$800 flight for free drinks, baby. Like there we go.
Turn it up,
Utility, baby,
baby.
utility.
That's right.
Hey, Cram. Dre already knows. Like, if I have to eat dinner, I'll just say some shit like, or even if Ninja's up here, I'll be like, "Man, Cardano ain't doing shit today," and then I'll just go. And I've got like 30 minutes to go eat dinner because Ninja go, "Hell nah, you should see what they're building out here. Y'all don't know shit about
dude,
Cardano."
I was in that space. I was in the space when Ninja went in on Vincent, man. He went in. Like, Vincent, I forgot what Vincent said. He was like, "Oh, there's no development going on." He's like, "Wait, what the hell are you talking about? No development? No, you need to come straight when you're talking to this." He went ham. I was like, "Bro, I'm gonna step down the listener because Ninja's kind of hot
Yeah,
tonight." So,
I won't. I ate dinner during that. Like, that was my chance right there. Eat some dinner. Dre Mill, he's intelligent, man. This man can speak on anything. It don't even have to be about sneakers. Like the whole first 30 minutes wasn't even about sneakers, and Dre was dropping some alpha. If you missed it, it is recorded. So, but shout out to everybody, bro. And Cram, thanks for coming through, man. You're right that the vibes I was biased, bro, but the vibes at that event just seemed different. It was like, these are my people, right? And they legit are my people. Those are my friends. That's my community, CloneX LA and Bad Take is legit my people, but it actually just felt that way too. And the feedback from people who had never been to any of the events or an IRL event at all was the same feedback. Like, yo, I just felt welcome. Like, it just kind of felt like hanging out. It didn't feel like a networking. There was no pressure to be somebody you're not. Like, we were just kicking it
Mhm.
and enjoying a good time. So, your feedback is in line with like what a lot of people have said, and I appreciate that, man.
Definitely appreciate the kind words, man. Always
Cram's
feels like a family reunion when everybody gets together.
Cram's more of a clone than he is an ape in my mind, but
Me too. Me too.
Ooh, I do have a
just
question.
because
Um,
let me say something about Cram's ape real quick before Polly. Before I had ever met Cram, I would be in spaces, and I understand why you want to keep your ape because there's something about your profile picture, the way the colors pop, and how simple and quick your name is, Cram, that I would recognize in spaces over anybody else. Like if I looked on the stage, this was before I ever met you, I would look on the stage and I would always recognize that ape and your name together. So
But compound, but be honest, it's also because it's so ugly. Like it's
yeah,
so
Ah!
ugly. It's like I would see it, I'm like, that shit is so ugly, but you're right, it's recognizable. It's like
It's pretty
yeah.
fire. I'm not gonna lie. I like the colors. Some apes are ugly as hell, but like crabs are
Okay,
pretty
guys.
nice.
Well, I'm
Yeah, it is
wondering.
popping.
So, in regards to Cram, it's more than just a digital identity. I feel like he is attempting to build a personal brand because he already had a sticker, and within 5 seconds of us meeting in person, he gifted it to me. I put it on my phone, and I'm still rocking it. And in my world, it works as a memorabilia of first remembering the Clone XLA event and remembering the meeting. So I like that. And oh my God, I truly enjoyed this conversation. And somehow I thought that in my true fashion, I always envisioned relationship as a stimulating and like never ending conversation. So I guess just that expectation of the relationship make me truly enjoy the Web3 experience. And also
And also, I don't think I will ever be able to build a healthy relationship with a male in my life because I'm not gonna give this up.
You just
Yo,
gotta get somebody in her community who understands this relationship, and he'll be on the right alongside with you.
yo, Cram gave you stickers and merch. Like I asked him
Yeah.
for, I don't know what it was. He didn't give me shit.
I didn't
Me
get
either.
Bro,
shit either.
He didn't give
Damn,
me
you
a
know
Griffin.
damn
what?
thing.
No,
Hey guys, hey, hold
I
on,
was
hold on, hold
I was
on.
around Cram for 3 days, homie, and never gave me
Not get
a
nothing.
he
Wait,
wouldn't give me
damn.
Dre,
nothing,
I
bro.
would have
I didn't give
taken
you
the
nothing?
ugly mutant.
I
Dude,
asked him
hey,
to.
hey, come on, Ninja. The way you
Cram.
coming at it, next time I see you, I'm not gonna give you anything, bro. You don't want it. You gonna throw it in the trash right after. But look, dude. Oh, look. So when I went to the CloneX LA event, I had a bag full of stuff. I just forgot to give it out. I was having a good time. I was talking to people, drinking, eating, and stuff. I almost forgot. Like at other block, I don't know. Like I was giving everything away. I had hot sauce bottles. Had lighters. I met Ape there. I gave him a lighter with my mutant on. He just posted a fucking picture of it just now, like legit, and it's fucking blowing up right now. Um, but no, like I meant to give some stuff away, but next time I think I'm gonna take a different approach to how I do like these IRL events because I want to be like uh remembered basically. So if you meet me, like I'm gonna do some wild shit, right? I'm gonna do some like whoa, what the hell? And you're not gonna forget who Cram is. So basically, that's my approach. But
What are you
Bro,
about to
but
put your
we
mutant
can
on, bro?
never forget who you are, no matter if you do wild shit or not, man. You just got one of those type of personalities and that energy. Like Polly came up to me and was like, "Where's Cram?" I was like, "There he is, right there, the tall guy, right there, right there, go with the waves, go get him." She's a
yeah, yeah,
legit
Damn, you got
conscious.
waves too? Damn.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
he
got the
got
360s,
he's
man. My shit go all
seasick
the way
over
around,
here, bro.
baby.
He
What's good?
woo, yeah,
I've been
bro.
rocking that since like eighth grade. Waves.
SpongeBob SquarePants,
So
man, who lives at the bottom of the sea.
yes, sir.
Wavy.
But I know I really gotta get off. I gotta put these kids to sleep. My wife is texting me like, what's good? So all right, y'all. Peace.
All right, brother. Peace.
Night cram.
Yo, I have a question. Yesterday we were talking about like Hape. Like this isn't a clone space anymore. After you guys went to LA, today we're talking about Utes. What are we talking about tomorrow? We going to Cardano? What's going on?
And we had Charles the Doodle up here yesterday for a good amount of time. Anya, you missed that a whole
Hold it.
conversation, bro.
I'm
Was it
so
really
sad
the
that I
rugger
missed that
Charles?
because he definitely DM'd me and explained himself away in such like with such a veracity of like I've got to get these clones back under my radar. Like
He changed his name after the spaces.
no way. Did
Charles
he
the Doodle.
really?
He's just Charles.
He
Yeah.
changed it to something else.
Oh
Yeah, man. It's real. And he got a clone. He DM'd me and showed me the picture of the clone he got.
no. This poor man. He needs to change his identity in order to deserve our love again. I feel
Man,
that.
they went
But
deep.
do you trust him, Dre?
No. 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 No.
Anya, are you
No.
sick? You sound a little sick.
No, I am a little sick actually. I've had some babies sick in the house, so we're just recovering. That's why I've kind of been offline, unfortunately. But yeah, no, I'm okay. I'm just embracing my villain voice over here. That's I'm like Darth Vader mode right now. I don't know.
I can appreciate this Darth Vader mode, man.
It's
You
really
going to the poly territory right now.
no,
Might
I
have to
know
just
I
read a
when I
book.
hopped out of the space, I was like on the stage for maybe like 5 minutes last night, and I got to listen to a lot of it. Unfortunately, I couldn't really participate, but I I got into I was like had the headphone in one of my ears, and I just heard like something like she like you guys were talking about like Pompisha and how he changed his name. It was like Pompisha. Yeah.
Pumpish.
And I was
Peace.
like, okay, what
Yo,
am I doing now? I need to jump down.
that's like my calling.
It is.
He's a
Peace.
Pokemon. He just went to the Animus. We gotta get him a lizard Animus and uh like create a video or something, where he like throws the ball
Peace.
or something and just yells Pumpish.
Yo, my Animus is gonna look so lit if it connects to my reptile clone, bro. I'm gonna have bald babies with knives in their mouths. Wow, I'm so excited.
Peace. Anya, are you going to Japan next month?
I'm not, unfortunately. I would love to be there. I can see all of the details like happening behind the scenes for
Wow.
Japan, and it is, guys, don't miss it. If you can go, go. Like
I'm
it
trying
looks
to
like it's
go,
gonna be
man.
amazing.
Tell the guys that I'll take your ticket. Since you can't make it, I'll go ahead and fulfill that one for you. I'll even drive up to Utah to fly out of Utah to go if I need to go. We'll work it out behind the scenes. It's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I have definitely told enough of the team that I'm like a 6'5", like, you
Yep.
know, a very good looking
Yep.
person,
Yep.
gentleman, you know, and
Yep.
so I'm sure that if you showed up in Japan and said, no, 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 I'm on you, like,
Yep. No
probably,
mistakes being made. It's all good. Let's work it out. I'll make it happen. I'll
yeah,
represent as well.
we'll
Yo,
figure
Dre,
it out.
you know how people gravitate towards you, like Compound was saying at like NFTLA? Man, in Japan, it's probably a whole different story. They probably haven't seen someone that tall. It's gonna be crazy.
Bro,
I wonder if that's true.
you know what was bugging me? There's something, and it's not okay. I'm not feeling some type of way about it, but there's some type of way that Dre carries himself, or the fact that he's so tall, that people treated me like I worked for him. Like they would shake his hand and then wait for Dre to introduce them to me, like I was like his bodyguard or like his assistant or some shit, bro. It's because he's like 6'6" that people just assume that
And it's
like,
because you look jacked too. That's why you look like his bodyguard. You know,
you know.
gotta slim down, bro.
Bro, I just noticed it happen so many times.
Yo,
It
Compound
did.
Bro,
though.
They
you
look
look
at
kind of shy and
You do have bodyguard look though. Your face is
Yo,
definitely
Dre does
giving
not need a
bodyguard.
bodyguard. If he open hand slaps the shit out of
no,
you in the
bro. It was
face,
like
it's night night.
they would wait for Dre to introduce me. Like they couldn't just say what's up. Like
Are
they
you
were
crossing your arms like in front
no,
of him?
bro. I'm welcoming, dude. I'm friendly. But
That's
was
you
he being
facts.
too
did
shy though? Because in those videos, you look kind of shy.
no, I was
No,
nervous as a
he was
motherfucker. It was a
nervous on the
big
yeah.
difference.
Nah, his personality is so warm and welcoming as well. Like I said, the people that didn't necessarily come up to me would go up to him, and we was like an excellent tag team. But that's true. I'll introduce you to a lot of people everywhere we went. Yeah, this my man Compound. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Every time, bro. It was like they were like afraid to introduce themselves. They're having to like they would introduce themselves to you. And I think it speaks to how welcoming Dre is. Like his personality is like, come talk to me. I'm friendly. I want to talk to you. Like he has that aura about him. And maybe I just don't. They've just be introduced themselves to Dre, and I'm standing right there, and they won't introduce themselves to me. They wait for Dre to introduce us. I don't know, man. Maybe I need to work on
It's because he's
my
not from LA,
No, but
bro.
I need
basically,
to
His
work on
kid,
my
in
body.
the
his,
CloneX LA, you guys were all wearing matching outfits.
Yeah. But
I
we
just got to
didn't do
work
that
on my
everywhere we
bodyguard
went
face.
though.
Okay.
I need to smile more. That's what it is.
yeah, I'm an idiot for not getting one of those jerseys. I'm not gonna lie.
I tried to tell you, man. I tried to tell you.
Yeah,
Yo, Compound.
nah. Back then, I was like head up my
Yo,
ass, not too tapped in.
Isha back then, huh?
But we had a great time, man. I got tons of pictures, Compound, from the week, bro. We had a really great time, man.
Yeah, we got some good pictures. And like I was saying, bro, I've never had anybody who made me look 5'5", bro. Like I am about 5'11", and in the picture with Ninja on his toes,
On his
So you're my
I
size.
legit
That's
Ninja
awesome.
Ninjas just had to do me like that, bro. Hey, you guys saw though.
yo,
You
bro,
guys, I kept it
Compound. Do you
real.
feel crazy next to Dre?
Hey, you saw I kept it real though. My feet were flat on the ground. So
Kept it
just
real.
know that Compound keeps it real. He keeps them feet flat on the ground. He stays stable, baby. You know what I'm saying?
bro,
Stable,
Dre had his
baby.
legs spread apart too, where he wasn't at his optimal height either, which is even funnier.
Bro, there's nothing worse than when you try to talk to him and you realize you're just so short when he has to crouch over to hear you.
Yeah, bro.
I remember like at the Valhalla event, I was like talking to Dre and he went down like 2 feet and I was like, damn, bro.
It's because the words, man. Y'all words don't reach up to me. So it's like y'all talk.
Then I stood on the couch and then I stood on the couch and I was like 2 inches taller than him and I was like, damn, so this is how it feels up here? And he's like,
Yeah,
yeah, man. And I was
all
like,
day.
wow.
All day. That's
I
how it
will
was
say,
at the
If
Club
you're
3 event. You were standing on the stairs and we were seeing everybody
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
entire
that's what it
video.
was.
I will
Everybody.
say, the music was mad loud at Valhalla. Like I had to get really close to everybody to have a conversation. It was like
Super loud.
it was really loud. So and Pump, like, he's a soft speaker and he speaks with intention. So with the music loud, like, you got to actually like listen to everybody when they were talking. So
I had to
I
be in
understand why nobody
people's
could hear anybody
ears.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Vega and I were getting lit. That shit was too funny.
super
That
loud, man.
event was fun.
Does your neck hurt when you talk to Dre? Like when you look up at him, you have to look up at him the whole night. You know,
Just
like
gotta throw your
100%,
Yeah, it feels
words.
like
100%.
when you're like 3 years old and you like talk to your parents and you're like a little ass kid and you just look up and it's just everything's so big.
Bro,
You gotta put your words up, man. Y'all talk at your level, and I had to go down to like pick up the words that they was coming out of your mouth and scoop them up to my ear. Like, what were you saying? Imagine me
Bro.
speaking to Anya, bro. When I met
No,
Anya
yes,
in
exactly.
Utah, I was damn near like on my knees, like, what's up? What we doing?
I know, I was, oh my gosh, I felt so bad because I literally was looking straight up to the sky, like, to talk to you. And I'm
Yeah.
in person, I am a little more soft spoken than like I am over these like microphones. Because, like, I've got the microphone pretty close to my mouth. Like, you guys can hear me and how direct like my voice sounds, but I'm a very small person. Like,
I beg to differ. When you was in person, you got this edge about you, bro. That's why I said like she play like she innocent on these spaces, and then I understand what she's doing, but in real life, she got like a blade or something. Like she ready for something to pop off. Like you get that energy off of her all the time. Like, all right, I must not gonna say the wrong thing because I already know it's gonna pop off for real, for real. Like she got that intensity about her. So y'all can fall for it if you want
yo,
to, but I
Anya's
see
the
it.
boss. She's the
Bruh,
boss.
straight up and down, and carries boss energy everywhere she go. For real,
yeah,
for real,
I
for
felt
real.
really bad for Kaz because we were gonna take a picture, and I think I scared him into like coming into the group picture with us because he was across the room, and I was like, Kaz,
Bruh, that's
like
crazy.
yelling his name, and yeah, I took advantage of my loud voice a little bit too much there. I tried to
No
call
man,
him for pictures.
straight opera singer vibes. Don't fall for the hype, man.
yo, Compound. You gave me terrible information. Now, when I meet you guys in person, I'm just gonna say hi to Dre. Wait for him to introduce me to you. You know.
No, I mean, so it happened just a few times. Like, it wasn't everybody. A lot of people were. I think it was just shit. I don't know, man. I don't know what it was. Maybe I just had like I'm not a welcoming person on my face, but I try to be smiling and welcoming at all times.
Yo, that
Yo,
video, that
yo,
picture
yo,
that
yo.
Pump
That
took.
Yo, this
yo,
sounds so sad.
Drake,
I'm
Drake,
sorry.
that picture looks like Robin Big.
Yeah, I'm mad as hell. I'm mad
Yo,
as hell.
Bro, I don't
Yo,
know why Pump is laughing, bro. Pump looked at Dre and he said, "Uppies."
Yeah.
yo, nah,
Why?
literally.
Why?
Yo,
Dre
Vegas just
telling us,
nervous. Vegas just nervous because he's gonna go play basketball tomorrow for the first time in 2 years.
why is
Man,
Dre telling us we got to talk up to his level? Like, bro, we're talking at a normal average level. Everybody else is down here. Like, you need to work to listen to us down here. Like, we're not talking up to nobody.
But that's why I've been down. That's why I'll be in your ear talking like, "What's up? What you saying with it?" I gotta collect all the information I need to get to hold the conversation.
I just have this image of you, Dre, on one knee and hand over like Pumpisha's back, talking to him like a child for some reason.
Peace.
Uncle Dre and Uncle Compound.
That's funny. Yo, the picture that Pump took of Compound, because we all know Compound was nervous before the live stream, right? Like I could see it in his face. I was hyping him up, like, nah, you got this, you got this. I didn't even want to talk about it too much because I could see it in him. And then I was talking to Pump about it, like, man, my guy's nervous up there. He was like, bro, did you see him when he first got up there? And I was like, nah. And Pump sent me this picture of
Bro,
Comp,
it's
man.
don't
Yo,
even post
I
it.
caught a picture of him mid shitting bricks.
Hold on, hold on. I will say, from the outsider's perspective here, like being completely online, viewing this from like where I was and not being in LA at all of you looked like confident as get out. Like I completely and 100% like enjoyed it, like being able to witness this entire event from like across the country, you know, and like I think you guys all handled the interviews really well. I think that all of like what was coming through message wise like was fantastic. Like I think your personalities shined, and like if you were nervous, it certainly didn't come off so, like from my perspective anyway. And like cuz you know, your voice has come through, and I think maybe that's something that's really strong for you guys.
No,
I
I'm
appreciate
human
that.
and I was mad nervous. And anybody in here who says they wouldn't have been nervous in the situation, you guys are lying because I went to the bathroom to like right before you go up. I went to the bathroom and Dre's in there with splashing water on his face, like getting ready. And somebody walked by and they started singing that Eminem song, "Knees weak, arms are heavy,
It was
spaghetti on
Cam's.
my sweater already." And Dre's like, "Yup, yup,
It's
yup."
Cam's. I was getting, you know what I mean? As a public speaker, you gotta get in the zone, right? You gotta do what you
Yeah,
gotta do to get your energy flowing and everything going. So you just, you know what I mean? Go in and give yourself the pep talk and go out there, you deliver. But it's
right.
real, man. I mean, it's part of being a human being. You get nervous when you do these things, you get anxious, but after
Need
you
to
get up
care.
there, you knock it out. You know what I'm saying? So I post that picture of Comp in the group. I don't want to put that on all the internet, so you could just jump to the group chat. But that shit
Hey,
had me weak.
Yo,
hey,
Yo,
compound.
Your
so
nervous
let me
Dre.
talk.
energy, your
I want to
nervous
talk about.
energy is important because it shows that you care. And
Yes.
that's like really, really valuable for what you guys
Yes.
do.
It was
He
Yes.
does
important to
what I
me.
do. He smiles and hope nobody notice, and then your cheeks get really really sore because smiling so much, and you're like, wait a minute, and then your face start to like twitch a little bit. You guys know what I mean?
Let me throw some flowers while Dre's throwing pictures in the group. I'm gonna throw some flowers at him. I'm gonna be the bigger man here. Dre put himself in a hell of a situation. He had an interview with you two big names and he took it on by himself and he absolutely killed it. Cass and Dre gave me a amazing co-host. Ninja is
Yeah, he
the
bodied
top of
that.
the line host IRL. Like this man is fearless.
Yeah,
We
man.
prepped beforehand. We talked about it, and Ninja's like, "Nah, man, this is my shit. I got this. Let's go." So like, shout out Ninja. He
Yeah.
carried the team, and I was able to feed off of his energy, right? Because I'm not an IRL speaker. I've never done that. That was my first time ever doing it.
And you
And it
killed
was
it though. You are. Don't say
Yo,
you're
I
not.
gotta say,
You
yo,
killed it,
Compound
man.
though. Yo, let me say this. Yes, Compound was nervous, but I gotta say this. When we were talking before, like Compound, like one thing I was really impressed with you, Compound, is you did look really nervous at for a minute. But you know what though? Like for your first time, you absolutely killed it. And I appreciate you being there because we fed off each other.
Yeah.
It was like it was a synergy, you
Yeah.
know. Dre, everyone, we all were so supportive of each other, and I appreciate you, Compound. I mean, this is your show. You gave me a space. You let me, you know, you saw, you know, you trusted me. You know, we bounced off each other, which you played perfectly. You know, so it was
Yeah.
so much fun. It was a blast,
It was super
Compound.
dope.
It was so much fun.
Yeah. Y'all killed it.
Yeah,
Comp,
appreciate
for
you
this
okay.
guys.
be your first time, man. Like it was funny, right? Watching it in hindsight, it was funny to laugh about, but you definitely killed it. And I don't want you to say I'm not a speaker because you are, bro. You collected this group of people to be here every single night. Remember how it felt the first time we got on this Twitter space together? It didn't flow as effortlessly as it flows now, right? It had to be built up to get to this point. And the same situation will happen in real life. It's going to be built up to get to that point. Because please believe that's not the last time we're going to do that for sure. And you came out there, got through the nervous jitters. You used that energy and converted over to creative energy. That's the whole key of it all. Use that anxious nervousness to convert it over to creative energy, and then you start to excel. And then you coasted for the rest of the night. You did a great job, dude. Like, don't let the jokes get in the way of the progress. You did
Yeah, nah,
a
Dre.
miraculous
Add,
job.
to add to what you were saying, compound. Although you may have been a little nervous, you still said everything you needed to say, and you spoke well. You got some alpha out of the dude. You know, like
Super alpha.
you. I don't want to say the word disrespectful word, but you weren't a cat. You know, like you weren't. You know, you said everything you were supposed to, and you carried yourself well, even though you might have been a little nervous. You know, you didn't let it get in the way of your words, which is, I feel like, all that matters.
That's
Yo,
facts.
I will. No, I appreciate you guys for real. I will say this: step outside of your comfort zone, right? Because I gotta give shouts to Dre and Cass. They put the panels together, and when Dre reached out, he was like, "Hey," he told me originally they were just gonna put a panel together, right? So yeah, man, that's awesome. It wasn't until like maybe a week before that I knew it was gonna be a Bad Take Live, and it wasn't until maybe the day before that I knew the guests and the speakers, the host. So what I want to say is, Cass, if he listens back, I'll tell him later, is thank you to you guys for giving us the opportunity to step outside of our comfort zone, right? Because there's no other time where I would have put myself in that situation. It's just not something that I've ever done. So stepping out of your side of your comfort zone and your friends believing in you and like putting you in that situation and allowing you to do some shit like that or set some things up like that. So shout out to you guys as well. Like originally he's like, yo, let's do a Bad Take Live. I'm like, yeah, that sounds fire. Let's do it. But it wasn't until it like came about that I realized how the format was going to be and that it would be outside my comfort zone. I said, yo, let's fucking rock it, dude. I'm nervous, but let's run it. We got to do it.
Yo, you handled it like a pro, Compound. A pro.
Yeah, I call Ninja for my co-host next time though, bro. Because this man, that energy, bro. I'm like, damn. I'm sitting in the audience like, this motherfucker is killing this. God, man. I mean,
No,
he
you
get
don't
up.
get Ninja, bro. Dude, he fucking saved he carried it, bro. He
Nah,
has some energy, like he's able to, and we talked before. He goes, "Hey, so you got cameras?" He's like, he does this for a living, and I didn't realize there's gonna be like 6 cameras. There's lights. There's microphones everywhere. 50, 60 people watching you. And he goes, the worst thing you could have is dead air. So like, we just got to save each other. No dead air. We'll just bounce back and forth. We'll bounce off each other and kind of like walk me through the best way to do kind of these live interviews. So if you guys watch when Ninja had questions teed up, I was looking at our list of questions that we had and going through them to get mine teed up so we didn't have no dead air. So like he was not only helping me host, but he pre-coached me kind of like the proper way to do it as well. So shout out Ninja. He's
shout
a,
out
he's
to
a hell of a
Ninja, bro.
co-host.
I'm gonna drop some alpha in here too. Like I met the guy who created NFTLA, and he wants us to link up and do something um soon too. So okay, get your chops ready, baby. We going back in the game. We going back into the matrix.
Dre, are you talking about Josh?
Yes, I
Yeah.
think so. Yep. He came. You know what's funny is that he came up to me and introduced himself and then acted like he didn't know who I was, right? Not to say that he should have known who I was, but just like, hey, what are you into? I saw you on the thing. Congratulations, yada yada yada. And I was like, yeah. We started talking about. He told me like, you ever heard of? I asked him what he did. He was like, you ever heard of Edge NFTs on Edge or something like that? This podcast, and I was like, nah. And he was like, you ever heard of NFTLA? And I'm like, yeah, yeah, yeah. He was like, I created NFTLA. I'm like, oh shit, okay, whatever, whatever. He started talking about CloneXLA, whatever, whatever. I was like, yeah, I actually applied to be a speaker for NFTLA. And he was like, oh yeah, did you? And I was like, yeah. I know it was I looked on the IG and I didn't see that many people of color to be able to speak for NFTLA. I just wanted to go up there and add some diversity to it. And he was like, oh, okay. Yeah. He was like, well, your application came in kind of late. I was like, oh, so you know that I applied for it? And he was like, yeah, I did. He was like, it was 3 tiers. I will say that we had 1,900 or 19,000 entries, but my team had to select out of 19,000 and yours made it to the top tier. I was like, so, bro, you know exactly who I was before you came up here and started talking to me. And he's
He
like,
knew.
yeah,
He knew you
yeah.
were Dre
He
Mill.
said, yeah, I did. But he was like, we can do something again soon. We can do something next year. Maybe we can come together. He started throwing out all these ideas. So yeah,
Bro,
that's
he's
what
a
just made it
Charles.
funny.
Yeah, Charles, man.
And oh, bro, that's what made it funny. I'm like, oh man, you know exactly what the hell was going on before you walked over here, bro. He brought his assistant and everything. It was funny, but yeah,
Wait,
it was super cool.
I actually, okay, not to that extent, but sorry, we'll get to Rose here in a sec. I actually end up doing that sometimes, right? Where I've seen somebody online and I know what they look like, but I don't want to seem kind of like a creeper or like that I have previously known what they look like. So when I meet them, I pretend like it's my first time, like, oh, what's your name? Like I did it
Bruh.
multiple times. Like
He did it all night, bro. Compound knew every. I'm like, yo, who was that? He's like, oh, that's XYZ from XYZ. I'm like, who's this? That's XYZ from eBay, ABC. Who's this? That's he knew everybody. But then he'd go up to him like, hi, I'm Compound. What's your name? I'll be weak. Like, bro,
Pom be the
no.
stalker. You be stalking people's page, huh?
Sometimes I do it to humble people, right? Because you got these people in Web3 who think that they're like the famous, they're like the shit, and it's Web3. Like we're so small, there's no such thing. So when I meet them, I'll pretend like I never heard of who they are, and I'll just shake their hand. You know what I mean? And but I also like to fresh start. I don't want to seem like I've been creeping on their docs pictures or some shit. So I start fresh, meet them, shake their hand. What's your name? Okay, that's dope. What do you do? But I don't know.
Or
Compound
be
even
like,
started fresh with me. Like he acting like he didn't know me. So don't ever take it personal if he acts like he don't know you. It just
That's not
what it
true,
is.
bro.
Yo,
or you
Dre,
be
maybe that guy was just a
like,
huge fan, you know? He just was a little shy around you, you know?
who knows? But we got some more opportunities coming from it. So it's tis liteth. Rose, what's good? I don't want to keep talking over you.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think proper intros are great because you actually learn a lot about a person when they, how they introduce themselves and the reception that you might get. So I can vibe with that. But I'll just echo. I was a proud mama bear. You guys did phenomenal. Nerves and all, the energy, the vibe. I think because of bad take spaces, you guys are just like gracious hosts, and you can tell all of the people on the panels were like comfortable, they're relaxed. I mean, literally leaning back in their chair, you know, just kind of chilling, and like no dead air, which I think the pro tip. But I think in general, just man, you guys all like shined. We're so proud. We want to wear the merch, and we were chatting about merch in our group chat. Like, I could care less about merch for NFT projects. I will wear like bad take stuff and Tsunami stuff like proudly because this is where you talk about like identity. That's where it's all about.
No, for sure. I appreciate that and the kind words as always. That merch, man, that merch bag got murdered. I ain't want to tell the people, but we put that bag behind the couch and tried to kick it, came back, and people were devouring those shirts. And it wasn't supposed to go that way, bro. Like that merch was almost $1,000 that I had to drop on that stuff. I was like, oh, we're gonna have a good strategy for this. We're gonna release it like this, give it to the people who show up every single night. It came back as 3 shirts left. Like, man, mother. So we'll work it out. We'll work it out as usual. But I definitely have a couple shirts for a couple. I don't want to start naming people and then put targets on your back, literally. But just know I got some people in here covered, so don't worry about it.
Hey, and when Rose says that she's Mama Bear, like we were in the group chat, and if we were kind of running late or she knew we had to go somewhere, she would be in the chat nervous, like, guys, are we going to this party? She'd be following us through social media. I think we're headed to the party. If we ever make it there on time, it seems like they're running late. So we appreciate you, Rose. I hope that we made you proud. And that's why I told Kuro every time he leaves the group, anybody leaving the group chat,
That's a no-no.
you better you
That's a
bet
no-no.
you better take into account how it's gonna make Rose feel before you go and make your damn decisions. This ain't about you guys. Quit thinking about yourself. You gotta think about the people that are here with us.
I'm leaving right now. Bye.
Kuro said, "Hey, can I come back in the group chat like a day after this is fifth or sixth time now?" Kuro's
This was like
family.
an hour, not even a day.
Kuro can always come back.
Compound's
He's
gonna
done it.
kick me out because I cut everybody off.
Nah, dude, you add flavor up here, right? So you add flavor and spice.
Wait, what
You're
about Cold? How come he got capitulated out of the group
Dude,
chat?
somebody blocked him. That's what happened, bro. We'll figure it out. But Kiro messaged me. He's like, "Hey, I'm never changing my PFP. I'm just adding to my PFP. Can I come back to the chat?" And I said, "Yep, but you have to apologize to Rose. She don't understand um, what this should be doing to the rest of the members when you just up and leave. It's like family members walking out. You can't do that." And he comes in. He goes, "Sorry, Rose." But I don't know who blocked Cold. Maybe it was me.
Yo, Compound, I found out a way to know how people look like. Apparently, I know how Cyber Prince look like now.
All right, let's change subjects here. I'm not talking about Cyber Prince. He's been in my life too much, and like, yeah, I already slayed that dragon. It's time for a new quest, and
Yo,
trying to grab these eggs now. Yeah,
Bro, I wasn't even talking about you, bro.
I
dude,
know, I
I
know,
hold
but
on. I've got Deep's noties on, and this man was at war with the Miladies today. I don't know if you guys realize this dude went to war with a full community. He said one thing, and they came after him, and he don't play that shit. Like he came right back at him. Deep was in battle all morning, bro.
Bro, we're
What,
the
what did
artifact.
you say? Let's get some
yo,
receipt. What did you say, Deep?
I didn't realize my power until today because like all these guys DM me and they were trying to FUD me, and then like I convinced them, like I got to their goodwill.
What
Everyone
did you
has some
say though?
goodwill. Oh,
You're like, bro, I can hack you right now, and they'll be like, oh, sorry.
no, no, what the hell? No, I didn't say that. I was just
What
like
did you
Cyber
say
Prince
to offend
always
them?
thinks I'm gonna hack him or something when I reply to his tweets, and every month I just check up on him, just because it's fun. Like like Jay says, poke the bear, and he gives me good engagement with the Miladies, so I get more followers from it. But these Miladies took it really seriously today, and they flooded my DMs while I was at work. So some of these guys, like one of these guys, I told him about how it's. I don't even want to get into it, but about the project, about Milady, and half these people honestly don't even know what they're buying, to be honest. But yeah, it's a different story. But yeah, let's switch subjects here. I was being a demon today. Maybe I gotta buy an angel. But yeah.
Have two personalities that work.
Somebody gift this man an angel. Save us all, bro. This demon clone, ever since he got it, it's been a war path. Capital W.
Yo, Deep though, shout out Deep. He's a pro memer. He understands the culture. He starts shit like little trends inside of our group. Like he started the whole Pompisha thing. A lot of the jokes that I say I have stolen from Deep, and I try to give him credit, but sometimes I just straight up steal them. He'll say an idea, and then I'll just repeat it literally right after him, and just straight up steal his shine. Like it's just he's great, bro. I'm just
Literally.
like,
Right, as soon as after he said it, and then get more laughs from him.
yeah, that happened the other day, bro. Deep was like,
Yo, at
yo,
least I won't get blamed for it. Like if it's out of pocket, yo, I'm blaming you as well.
bro. No, you were your energy we needed in the community, man. We appreciate you a lot.
That's a fact, man. That is a fact. You came in hot. We appreciate it for real. It's some
I
of that
appreciate
energy,
you guys.
bro. It flows through correctly. You know what I mean? It's like the pandemic. You get it whether you want it or not.
That's how
Yo,
cycles work, though,
they called
bro.
me the pandemic.
That
Yeah,
was a terrible. That
all
was
of the
a terrible
pandemic, right?
compare and contrast right there.
That's how that's how these cycles
Also,
work, though, bro. Like people who are fed up and tired, or maybe just done kind of providing, they will cycle out. New people come in, new energy, new creatives, new thoughts, new ideas cycle in. Like a lot of people always like to really focus on people who may be leaving crypto, leaving NFTs, or just leaving a community. Um, when people go, people come in, and like you never know what kind of dope creators are going to come in, what kind of dope personalities are going to come in. So shout out to all the new clones out there. We've actually had a couple on the stage, like people who've never been up on stage came up today, which was dope.
What's dope is that people actually bought after joining Bad Take. That's actually pretty dope. You think about the amount of people that cycled through here and actually bought because of us being here. That's dope.
I'll
That's a
never
fact.
I'll never forget Subscribe's first bad take. He had like just bought his clone, and he requested up, and like his first thing that come out of his mouth was like, I'm not gonna lie, like the clone community's been kind of an asshole to me. I've been in the Discord fudding clones trying to get lower, and they've been assholes to me. And I'm like, bro, so you went to the Discord to FUD clones, and you're wondering why they were being dicks to you, and then you're gonna come and tell us that they're being dicks to you? Like, welcome, you belong here. Like, that's the type of shit we need to hear. and he's been here ever since that day.
Also,
Talking.
yo, with the chat, right? Like what I realized when I left is like sometimes shit happens and then you just want to leave, but then damn, when you leave, you get max FOMO. You're like, fuck, I want to get back in. So I understand, you know. So
And we run
that's
out of slots too, man. Next time you leave, if we out of slots, it's no entry. Sorry, you're gone. You're gone.
don't worry. I have a strategy. I'll fud someone out of the community. You know what I mean? To get an entry.
And y'all be calling me villainous, bro. I can't believe this shit.
I am writing up a list. You're going on whatever list that qualifies under.
Vega is the OG villain, bro. Vega been a villain since day one.
That's a fact.
This man has mastered the art of Twitter, like shit posting, villainous
100%.
activities, memeing, everything, man.
Yo,
Vegas
that GTA.
the Vegas a Doctor Doom of our community, like the ultimate villain that everybody just know of, like 100%.
Yeah,
That's
that GTA thing had me dying, bro. Like, I don't know what it was, but like, the guy with the helmet and his at the bus stop, he's like, you're just like, yo, I'm just gonna kick this guy's ass because he's wearing a helmet at a bus stop.
bro. Why
And
did you
the
get on the wearing a
middle
helmet?
of the mall shit too. That shit is hilarious. But yeah,
You
sorry, go on.
know, when a clone is gonna whoop your ass, you gotta have a helmet on.
But how could he have that? You know what I mean? Like, what in the game sparked that man to be at a bus stop waiting for the bus wearing a motorcycle helmet? It triggered
He
me.
might have gotten robbed, yo. He needs to take the bus now, and then you came and kicked his ass. So that's a double.
Bro, he planned perfectly. He got his ass whooped. He had a helmet on. He knew something might happen, like he might get his ass whooped that day, so he wore a helmet.
Everyone
Yes,
else needs to get in that GTA server too and just be menacing with me. It's really fun.
Can
Doctor
I join
Doom.
on Mac?
Yeah, bro, you can play on whatever. It's just it's
No, you
like
can't play on Mac. They don't have support.
It's like a
It's just
mod, so you import your files. It's pretty cool.
You guys want to know something funny? Is I downloaded Fortnite to see what it was all about after watching that tournament because it did look fun. And I used to game. I used to play Counter-Strike and shit, so I was not bad. But I downloaded it on my Mac, and bro, I've won solo. Like I've won so many solos now, maybe like 10 solos, and I'm like, these kids aren't that good, bro. What is going on? How am I barely just playing Fortnite and I've won,
That's how they get
almost
you. They
10?
put you against easy bots, and then you get
No. What I
addicted.
found out is if you're playing on Mac, you're only playing against other Mac players, like the really good computer players and console players, like Xbox. They can't play against the Mac computer. So I'm over here playing a Mac, just smoking these kids, wondering like why I'm on a different level. And it's because I'm playing with like the worst players in the world, bro.
Why does Compound always talk about playing video games with kids and whooping their ass though? Like no mercy. Every
Yo,
time he give us a video game story, it's about him whooping some little kid's ass in some games. That's
yo,
nuts.
these kids need some life lessons. Not everybody gets a trophy, bro. But
That's nuts.
hey, yo,
how low the bar is. Like the bar is so low. It's just so low.
That's
if you
so
want to
funny.
feel like you're good at Fortnite or video games, play on Mac, bro, because you will win nearly every round if you're halfway decent.
You're really just playing against all the other people that saw Unreal Engine was integrating Fortnite, and so they said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna download this," and never played Fortnite a day in their life. And that's who you're smacking right
True,
now.
bro, and it's build mode too. So like, I'm actually building around these kids, like these. I'm sure they're adults, right? I'm building around them, and everybody's talking about how hard build mode is. I'm like, dude, this is not hard at all. Until I started to do some research and realizing like all the badass players are playing on PC and Xbox, dude, and I'm playing with like some of the worst players in the world on Mac.
bro, you know who's even worse
Trevor be proud.
is like the people that play video games like that on the Nintendo Switch because they're for sure 4 years old. Like there's no question.
It's terrible. Y'all are terrible people, man. How y'all beating up on these kids? It's
Dude,
terrible,
we don't
man.
know how old they are. They could be my age, but also decided to pull out their MacBook. Like there ain't no kids
Oh
owning MacBook
man.
Pros, bro. The only other people that I'm playing against are grown adults who can afford a MacBook Pro and suck at video games.
Oh, that's
So it's just
man.
like it's like the adult beer league. It's like there's no competition. It's just like all right, I'm done.
You're just getting the same
I gotta
people
play.
over and over again. You know, it's like 50 people on MacBook probably.
I've
That game
never
is
played
fun though, bro. It is fun.
I never played Fortnite a day in my life for real.
Honestly, I started playing after the Valhalla tournament, and the no build mode is hella fun.
Ah,
You should check
man.
it out.
I am gonna check it out. That's funny as shit. Beating up little kids is funny.
You got a Mac?
I got it all, baby. Mac, PlayStation, Xbox. I got
What's
it
your
all.
Apple ID?
Well,
Add me. What's your iMessage? Add me.
We could play duos. I was trying to play with Demi, but he plays on PC, and that's how I figured out we couldn't play together. So yeah, it's best to learn on Mac, Dre. We'll learn there.
I've
No,
never thought to
don't
get
listen to him.
I'm
No, listen, no, I had the opposite story, Compound. When I first started playing, I played on the Xbox, and then them kids were smoking me, and I was like, "Yo, like you really feel humbled when you suck against the kids." And then I understand though. I have a Mac. I'm gonna move to the old man's league with you two, Compound. So we're gonna be in the old man's league. We're gonna represent. Dre, you can join us too, sir. You can join us too.
I
We could play.
refuse. I refuse. I'm going on PlayStation, Xbox, man,
No,
with the
bro,
kids.
it ain't
Listen
gonna
to the
help your
kids, bro.
confidence.
I don't need it, man. I'm gonna get. That's how you get better, man. Trial by fire. I'm gonna bring my wife along with me. We both gonna get good and start smacking kids, and then can really talk shit.
We could play triples or get one more on the Mac, and we'll just run the old man league on Mac, bro.
I've never played any game on Mac in my entire life. Even talking about it makes me cringe. I refuse to play any
I'll
video game on Mac.
no, bro.
That
I've
Take
got the
Mac Fortnite tournament.
I've
I'm a
got the MacBook Pro with the M2, I believe, the chip,
yeah,
and
me too. I
100
refuse, man.
players in the server, a shooter. It runs so smooth, bro. Like
Nope.
I am amazed at how good that game runs. And I'm on
Guess what I'm
Wi-Fi,
gonna
bro. Like not even plugged in.
do? Guess what I'm gonna do? Not play that. I'm getting on PlayStation, bro.
Dude,
Yo,
you don't want to play
Compound.
with a controller against people with computers, bro. That's how Ninja got smoked. He's
Hey,
with a controller on Xbox, and people are on computers with a mouse, just sniping.
that's how they
I'm
do it
pretty
on
nasty
Call of
on
Duty too.
here.
But it's all good. It's that's how you get better.
If you want to get carried on PC, let me know. But yo, Compound, you should get a PC because Counter Strike 2 is coming out in the summer.
I saw that. It looks really good. I heard they upgraded the smoke screens.
Has anybody played Diablo? Man, I'm sorry. Like, remember when my son was buying all those PlayStation games? Homie,
You bought
legit.
Diablo?
He bought Diablo, the special edition, the
Bro,
$100 Diablo. Right?
$80.
I'm sorry, like, bro, I never played Diablo in my life. Like, what are you doing?
You're
I was
gonna
like,
learn
bro,
today. You're gonna learn
I was
Diablo
like,
now.
you gotta stop buying these games. I had to literally sit down with him, like, yo, you gotta stop buying these games. All right, man. Like, this is getting out of hand. He said, okay, Dad. I'm gonna stop. I'm like, bro, he just buying whatever. Oh, let me get this. Oh, let me get that. So I might be playing Diablo while we talking about it. It's real.
Watch Dre just become like the best Diablo player in the world, and it was all by mistake.
Thanks to Rolly. Appreciate you, Rolly. I don't even know what Diablo is about, man, for real. I've seen it throughout the years, but I've never, invested the time to even learn how to play it.
Isn't it like the prequel to Elden Ring?
I've
Oh
never
no,
played Elden Ring.
no,
I'm
no,
ne-
it's not. It's not the same at all. Diablo. I mean, what you're thinking about is Dark Souls, Ninja.
Yeah. You're right. That's it, Deep.
Diablo's like super nerdy shit. Even I don't play that, you know. So it's like super strategic. These kids play 24/7, and yeah, I don't know. Figure out a way to return it, Dre. Honestly,
I like to dive into super nerdy shit because some of that stuff will get me, you know what I'm saying? And then I'll be embraced by the world of Diablo, and I want to get into that too. So it just depends. It depends on how strategic we talking. You know what I'm saying? Like I
we're
love
talking
like
real strategic. You know, like you got to remember like 100 different moves, characters. You're gonna have to study. You know, open the books.
open the books. Like I like playing like Legend of Zelda and shit like that. Like I would play those forever. That type of stuff. Final Fantasy, I love that stuff. But I just kind of got away from it. And I've never played Diablo or Elden Scroll or Dark Souls or none of that stuff. One day though, I guess, huh? Maybe I guess today is today. I'm not even bought it. Yo, they get rugged.
No, what's up? Subscribe.
What's good? What's good? I think it's interesting that maybe 10 years from now, like all our jokes on here, we'll probably see like a hologram or whatever, and we'll be doing the jokes on there and just taking everything over, like just taking it over to the metaverse. I think a lot of our jokes that we make in this kind of culture that we're building up is going to be transferred into, whatever is going to be in the future. Be like, white hair and all, and be using these dumb jokes that don't make sense to other people. Be funny.
Bro, Web3 has its own language, man, and its own culture. That's what we always talk about, like when a lot of the Web2 companies come in to Web3 and they don't, know the memes, they don't know the jokes, they don't speak the language. Um, it's very obvious, right? When we were in Miami, like when we went to a few of the pop-up stores and talked with the teams and the employees, you can clearly tell who, the people that weren't actually in the trenches of Web3, Twitter Web3, but Web3 in general, because they just didn't
Period.
know the slang, they didn't know the terms, they didn't know the jokes, the memes. But you're
And
right though, dude. Like a whole new culture is kind of being built out here every day, man.
like that Porsche activation, man. Porsche activation. What she say, bro? When she was like, sign up, use your
Your Meta email address,
yeah, something.
MetaMask email
I was like,
address or some
what?
shit.
What are
And
you?
this is like it's linguistics, kind of like for those been in the army, it's like a totally different language. Like they're speaking English, but you're over there like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
And
that's facts.
with
That's
that,
facts.
you have to pick up.
Did the first time in the army and they told me to grab the donkey dick. I was like, bro, I ain't grabbing. I don't know what you talking about, but I will not be grabbing that. I will
Wait,
not be
what is
doing.
that? You gotta clarify what it is, though.
It's the spout that you use to pour fuel.
It's like a funnel, bro. It's like a
Yeah.
funnel. And
Like, call it a donkey dick. Grab the donkey dick, Miller, and let's make a move. What? I'm not doing that, bro. Get somebody else.
I heard they actually don't allow them to use that anymore, bro.
I believe it. I'm sure it's a lot that has changed since when I was in, but it was, man, like Subscribe said, it's a whole nother language that you got to get used to.
They can
Man,
have facial hair now, bro.
You cannot have it?
No, they can. Like getting
Oh, I
a
mean,
profile for facial hair is super easy now.
yeah,
It's
I'm a
it's
I'm a
normal.
I'm a black male, yo. I can get a shaving profile with no time flat. I was in there rocking mutton chops and all types of shit. With no way.
Even like when I talk to people here and Web3, I'm so ingrained in like the Toronto culture and the slang because we use it so often that I sit like the other day I'm like there's bear time. Bear just means a lot, right? I mean they're like what the fuck is bear time? I'm like, oh shit, my bad. I uh I forgot that I have to speak normal English now.
I know, right? I was talking to my
How,
wife and the phone hang up, and I was like, "Damn, I got rugged." And she was like, "What?" Like, oh shit, my bad. Never mind.
how does bear mean a lot? Like, how does that make sense in Toronto?
BARE. I don't even know, man. I don't make the rules.
Bear, BARE literally means like it's not a lot. Like there's not a lot there. It's bare.
That's true. I never thought of that.
Said I don't make the rules.
No, I mean we can't make the rules on words, but that just don't make no sense. I'm sure there's plenty of shit that there's so much shit that don't make sense in English, man.
Yeah, rugged. Secretly trading. What's good, bro?
What's good? Just chilling. I'm actually making some art right now, but I stopped, so I pulled up on the space. What's good?
Chilling, man. Talking
Yeah,
about
bro.
donkey dicks and
We
bear
are
markets.
lost in translations. Yes.
I'm definitely not talking about that, bro. Change the conversation.
We're gonna live here. We're just gonna live here until it flows. Staying here.
Don't worry, bro. They were like trying to. I was in a different space, and they were talking about like clipping this other thing I don't want to mention. So it's like we're all having bad takes tonight. It's all good. What's up?
Well, what kind of art do you make? Is it like 3D art, 2D art, like fashion?
I just bought some canvases, so I'm trying to learn how to paint. But usually I draw like on paper with Sharpies, and then I scan them and make like digital art.
That's dope, man. That's dope, though.
Yo,
Are you just
I had to come up here and say hi because secretly's my IRL homie, and he's a clone, so he's way better than and cooler than me. But had to come up. I seen the art in real life too. It's fire. Fire. What's up,
It's never
everyone? By
like
the
that
way.
though. Sophie never lets me have it in real life though, so it's funny. What's good? It's true.
You guys sound like you guys smoke hella weed.
What? What? All right.
Yo, are you just getting into painting?
I'm just starting painting. I'm like totally a newbie. You guys want to see it? What I'm making? It's like
Sure,
nothing
sure.
special, bro.
You know we want to see it, bro. What kind of question is that?
Ah, shit. Bad takes, bro. I got you. No problem, Sunday.
Sophie,
Yo.
what's good?
Not much. Today's been a fucking day, but we're pushing.
Yeah, man. How was it?
Everything was good. We had a little bit of drama with the good old marketplace of OpenSea, common mint day problems, but we have the rest of the drop live, so we just have the last 100 NFTs up for like primary sale on the collection page, so they're all there. But yeah, thanks for checking in. How's everyone else's Mondays going? Oh my God, Mondays! If that doesn't scream mint day at 12:30, then
Congrats, Sophie. I've been tracking you all. I minted, throwing you support, and just what you and team have been doing has been amazing. And that's wonderful that you're already down to the last 100. Just, what is it, another day and a half, Sophie? Is that right?
Yes, thank you. I'm literally smiling behind the screen because I'm so happy you minted Rose Jade. I love your support, but we're gonna get you that pink hoodie. I know secondary trading once reveal comes, we're gonna get you that pink one. And
Thank you.
yeah, we close on Thursday at noon. So there's the last ones are up now, and till Thursday we will see how it shapes out. But we're confident, we're locked in, we're pushing. Let me tell you guys, this market's rough though. We stay positive, but on that note,
Sophie, I thought you were British this whole time. Like Sophie Max sounds hella British, so I'm surprised.
I sadly am born and raised in Philly. I'm like really not as cool as that probably sounds, but
I just meant the name, like Sophie Max sounds pretty British, like the name, but yeah,
the
that's
Where
cool.
are you from, Sophie?
Philadelphia. I'm in NYC now. Some of the clones that I met last week at the meetup. Shout out NYC, but born and raised in Philly, not too far away. And my name actually, I didn't think I'd come on here telling you this story about my name, but my parents didn't know what my gender was going to be, and they always wanted to name their second kid Max. And they found out I was a female, and they told my grandfather that my name was going to be Max, and my grandfather said, if you name your daughter Max, you will ruin her life. I think I started
That's just the
bugging. Yep,
end.
yep. So no. So I mean, yeah, that was pretty much the cliffhanger right there. So they went with Sophie, and Max was the middle name, but I've been called Sophie Max my whole life.
That's fire though. My son's name is Max. Well, one of his names is Max. He has 5 names, and one of them is Max. So that's dope. I
I
Are
rock
love
with
it.
you a
that.
That's just
Max
like me.
Minter?
One of my names is Max. So shout out to your son.
That's right. Shout out to Sophie Max as well. That's what's up.
Maximilian.
Max Minter? Are you a Max Minter?
I definitely am a Max
Great.
Mentor. Most definitely, yeah. I'm a Mac of that of the Max Mentors. Don't get me started. But that's the reason why we gave him 5 names because I'm retiring that side of my Max minting strategy. And I said if I have a boy this time around, he's getting every name that I wanted to name all of my other sons. So he got
Max
all of them.
minted his name. Damn.
Max minted the homie's name, but his name is Pharaoh, right? And pharaohs usually have 5 names, so I
Yo,
gave
that's sick.
him 5 names.
What's the full name?
Pharaoh Quentin Ali Maxwell Miller.
Pharaoh's such a dope name. Damn.
I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
that's hot.
Yeah, man. I'd like to stay with the dope shit, so I appreciate you guys appreciating it. But that's the same rule applied to my daughter's name because we named her Phoenix, and we were going to name that baby, whether it was a boy or a girl, Phoenix, and she just so happened to be a girl. So it's Phoenix and Pharaoh.
Those are sick names. My
Appreciate
Yeah,
it,
name's
man.
beautiful
Deep.
names.
We talk about it a lot in here, Sophie, but um, you said that this market's hard to build in, and it is. But what this market's doing is kind of weeding out the people who are here for other reasons and keeping the people here who are serious about this space and really want to build out here. And you're starting to see that, right? You're probably able to connect and build with other people who are here for all the right reasons. And we talk about it all the time. So shout out to you guys. Tough market, but shout out to you for sticking it out and building during this market because it is going to pay off when the population out here 10x's in the next bull. You know what I'm saying? You're building the network and establishing yourself and your project now, and it'll pay off when the market turns around.
Thank you so much. Honestly, it's motivating to hear that. I love you guys. I'm always listening to you guys talk on the spaces all day long, so it does mean a lot to hear it from you guys, true legends. And it's funny because like I'm almost the like Web3 degen of the business. Every single one of them is from the fashion space. Like literally, our founders, ex creative director of Theory, ex creative director of John Barbados, Carucci Paris. Then we have our CMO, like he launched Fear of God with Jerry Lorenzo and the whole Essentials and Nike line. Like he repositioned Diesel for the US. He's worked for every single fashion brand you can think of, Supreme, Bape, like yeah. And it's like them building in this space is the funniest thing ever, especially for me I'm 23. Like I've been in this space since high school for me, but like I've been in it. And so like it's just funny now because they're so serious. They literally left their executive jobs to build. If anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, it's Colton Rain. We're a Web3 fashion brand, and it's really like their product is so luxury, and they have all the ties to the space. And so it's just like really funny building with them because it's a different market. They know how to sell products and clothing, and they're so on point with all of that. But it's like some stuff I just say, I shake my head and I'm like, you can't do that.
No, you got to give some examples, bro. We got to dive. It's story time. We got to dive deep into this one. So, who's the guy? Who is it specifically? Because I forgot his name that worked with Jerry Lorenzo. I just found out that Jerry lives in my neighborhood, and that's why he named his last Birkenstock drop the Lost
Didn't
Police.
do what Lacoste did, right, when they came into Web3.
What are you talking about, bro? This Jerry Lorenzo just named the final or the last Birkenstock after the neighborhood that we live in, and he gets his hair cut by the same barber that cuts my hair. And I'm a huge Fear of God fan, like especially when he was doing the Fear of God Nikes. So
He used to play baseball too, or something, right?
yeah,
Or
his dad was a baseball player, and I think that Jerry dreamed to be a baseball player. But this ain't about Jerry, right? This is about the homie from Colton Rain who worked with Jerry. What's his name?
His name's Andy Griffiths. And you do know the hoodies are being produced by Fear of God in LA.
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
that's like the key part of these hoodies, because it's funny, we're the first Web3 brand, producing in that factory. We're the first American startup that's like we're importing leather from our Tuscany people who do the Hermes Birkin bags, and then they're bringing that leather into the Fear of God factory with one other than NFC chips tied to everyone's NFTs. So it's like the operations of this with all these guys that are on the fashion side, and then there's me on the Web3 side pretty much holding it down. It's like, guys.
That's fire.
Wow, Sophie, I'm learning a lot about female empowerment. Thank you. And the bed take needs a new merch.
That's a fact. I want to have some conversations with these guys. Are they in LA or are they in New York with you?
They're in New York with me. I actually just got home from the office 20 minutes ago. Before I hopped on, I stepped into my apartment and I saw you guys, and I was gonna take a little break from the whole mint stuff, and then I was like, you know what, these are my people. And I saw secretly come up here, start talking about his art, and I was like, oh man, I gotta help him out.
No, for sure.
But
How
yeah, we're all
often
here at Tribeca. We're based out of Tribeca.
do you ever come to LA?
Yeah, so Andy, the CMO, he's the co-founder. He's there every third week because he actually is the CMO of St. John's still, and then goes there every third week to work out of the LA office there. So he hangs out with all the fashion guys then.
I want to link, man. I want to have some conversations with you guys because I love what you're doing for real. I want to see if there's maybe something we can build together for real. That'd be stupid dumb fire.
He would honestly love to. I think he's there next week, and he will 100% do it. It's funny, we were on Alpha Afternoons the other day, and Mina, who's in New York, he's like, I'm just gonna come over to the HQ and hang out with you guys, and we were like, let's do it, come on.
For
So
real.
he would love to. That I'm sure that'd be dope, and we do need some CloneXRadio.eth Colton Rain stuff. We
Yeah,
gotta figure it out
100%.
together.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe we can do some CloneX LA cult ring stuff. That'd be
I
sick. Like,
knew you were that guy, Jay.
you know I'm that guy. Let's
I
get that
knew you were
going.
that guy.
For
Bruh.
real. Let's get that going. Let's set it up. Sophie. That'll be fire. I might have to fly out to New York in New York NYC. NFT
I
NYC.
was gonna say that you might.
We might have to make this happen.
When is NFT NYC, and when is Tokyo? Dre's
And
trying to do everything this month.
Hey, bro, do you understand what happened last year, man? I hit damn near everything last year. I hit G4. I was a speaker for that. I hit NFT Expo. I was everywhere last year. So this is my life, man. And that was last year. I was traveling with EYL too. So I hit South by Southwest. Then we went to Houston, Texas a week after that. Came back, hit G4 in Vegas, came back, hit we had a party for CloneX LA. Like this is what I do, man. I'm a shaker and a mover, baby. This is how we get down. So it's nothing.
Nah, bro, I want to hit some more this year. Art Basel last year, and then NFT LA so far. But now I'm getting FOMO on Tokyo and New York. So
dates. What are the dates for NFT NYC? Isn't that May
15th. It's on a Friday.
April, yeah, 2 weeks.
April 18th. But then Tokyo is
15th.
Okay. April 15th. Tokyo is April 30th.
if anybody wants to, Anya's listening. If anybody wants to sponsor Bad Take Media to come, cover the event.
Yeah, I mean,
me and Dre will come on out.
No problem.
No problem.
You want to make this happen. But no, yeah, let's talk, Sophie. I would love to sit and link with y'all.
You gotta come here, and Andy will come to you. We'll be out in LA producing the hoodies once. Listen, we pushed these last 100, and we will be taking you out to dinner, a very nice dinner in your hometown, and you'll come to the Fear of God factory with us and see the whole operations. Seriously.
Say less. That's all. That's it. It's done.
That's
Consider it
that
done.
IRL utility.
That's right. You know what I mean? And as long as I can get my pink joint, I'll be good too.
I can't wait for everyone to reveal their colors. It's gonna be drama per usual reveal, you know.
Right. That's the excitement behind it, though. That's what we live for here in Degen land.
100%. I am curious though, like talking about NFC chips, because I feel like I literally have like the clones attention right now. Like, what's the take on? Because we studied every single NFC chip model to date, and obviously Artifacts like has set the bar very high. But I'm just curious because we've been talking about this on like every single person's spaces. What's like the vibe on the fact that once you pretty much forge the NFT, like the NFT part of it dies for the physical. Because we made like we did make it very clear that we wanted the phygital to live on. That's why we used the word phygital, honestly, because the NFT goes into the physical, and then you could trade the phygital as one. I don't know if everyone knows that. I can go into more details. Like, feel free to hit me with questions. I got you. But I'm just curious, like, more so what everyone else's point of view is. Is it, ending the product life there, or is it still mean something to you by having the NFT?
I think like especially once like for flippers, like authenticity really matters, right? Especially sneakers, like what Nike's doing with Artifact and having like verification, people aren't gonna get scammed and people aren't gonna get like especially with I think the AR has to do a lot with it too, right? I think it's the whole package. Cause like say you have an Artifact hoodie or whatever brand it is, if you have some AR aspect to it, like you can easily I can pull up my phone and if some guy comes up to me and he has like the freshest kicks, you know what I mean, that are worth this much, whatever, and it has AR and the AR ain't working, then yeah, then like that guy just got caught, wearing fake sneakers or at sneaker conventions. Like, it definitely makes trading better. And my whole opinion about NFTs and fashion is like, people were talking about like getting rid of royalties, and for me, like royalties are huge, especially for the fashion industry, because the fashion industry right now they only get like like the creators get only the primary market, right, and the secondary market is untapped. But with NFTs, it opens the floodgates. It because of the trading on the secondary market, they get royalties from it, so it incentivizes both like the creators as well as the traders. So yeah, I'm all for it.
And plus, with Artifact, we still haven't been informed on how the NFT portion will have its own life because we've been hinted at the inventory app and the utilization of these NFTs within that app and the VRM, the files, 3D files that we can utilize. Like it's so much we can do as clones when it comes to these NFTs after they've been forged. We just haven't had the landscape created yet to utilize them. So it's not like they're just going to go away with them. It still has other use cases as well. So it's different here as well. So hopefully that answered the question.
No, for sure. That totally did. And Deep, I mean, your point was, you honestly nailed exactly what the founders wanted to achieve with this drop that we have live right now. Like, seriously, like because they worked in the fashion, like, the conventional fashion space for 25 plus years each. They're 50. Like, they've been here, they've done that. They're actually crazy for coming to the Web3 side at this point in their careers, but they did because this exact reason. They saw $1 billion counterfeit goods market in their specific industry, especially with streetwear and like resale culture, sneakers, all that. And so they were like, if we put a chip in it, think about all the money and revenues that Nike, Adidas, Supreme, you name it, Birkin bags, Louis Vuitton belts, Gucci slides, you name it. And the brand doesn't get a sale or a portion of any of those flips on Grail, the Real, StockX, Go, eBay, we could go on. And so it's like now, at least for us now, we put the chip in there, and we will now get a portion of these NFT, the physical hoodie when it trades. We will get a portion of it moving forward. Like that's what I'm bullish about, because myself, I'm a sneakerhead. I've been selling streetwear for years now. Like I was the kid who was late to school because I was always in lines at all the 11 a.m. sneaker drops, so I could go home and flip it the next day. I had my Supreme every Thursday morning, botted, ready to go. Sneakers app early on bought. Like I was there for it. So the fact that I now am working on the other side of it, and like so properly done with Web3 tech and the block, and issuing it as an NFT and tying that to the NFC chip and then placing it in a luxury physical, in this case being produced by Fear of God, a dream brand for me to work with now, is like it's really crazy.
Yeah, like people don't understand that the secondary market in a lot of this, especially designer brands, especially when you're talking like luxury brands like Gucci, LV, and the limited edition stuff, like the secondary market is actually, especially sneakers, actually, the secondary market is larger than the primary market, because the primary market they're selling it at retail, right? And then the secondary market, it doubles, triples, 10x's sometimes. So the amount of volume being traded is insane compared to what like the primary market is. Like like when you talk about like companies like Goat, right? Um, StockX, those guys are making more money than some of these companies other than like Nike and stuff. But yeah, just making those trades.
We definitely need to talk, Sophie. You speaking my lingo, bro. This is
I
yeah.
I knew I was, since she kind of threw me on your space that night, and we were kicking back talking sneakers, and I was like, this is my crew.
Yeah. Yeah, we can
She
definitely get
reminds me
something
of a
there.
female version of myself in a way.
Yeah, man. Good
You,
No,
vibes.
no, 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 not at all, not at all. That's disrespectful to her. Don't ever
I
disrespect
wish,
her.
I wish, I wish, I wish. I'm sorry, Deep. My bad.
Nah.
No,
Sophie,
I'm joking. I'm playing. I'm playing.
Deep's
I
on my account again, bro. Sorry.
That's funny.
I really like what you're doing on the NFT side of business. Did you also consider expanding into games?
Yeah, yeah, totally. We, as a Web3 born fashion house, literally have had digital wearables and gaming in the timeline for forever. Like we've launched Genesis with sneakers in February 2022, last February. Obviously a much different time, and then we did leather varsity jackets with a whole bunch of collaborations. And now with the hoodies, it's a next step in the wardrobe. But the once we nail this digital model, like we've been physical, we've done, and every single, for anyone who's unfamiliar, every single product that we issue starts as an NFT, and then we produce the physical for you. So our next step, right, is you get the digital, you get the physical. We have the AR in these hoodies. You get the AR, and then ready, you match your digital self. So we already have our own metaverse. We have a very similar type of, like, it's called the culture pad. It's almost like your pods, your spatial areas, your on cyber areas, whatever metaverse it is, and that dressing them in the Colton Rain outfit is exactly what's next. And then going off of gaming, we did just do something with DGen Tunes, which was announced last week, and so the Tunes will be able to dress their PFPs in the closet, their new like PFP dressing tool, with Colton Rain sneakers, and we're working with only Web 2 fashion brands that are going to be in the closet with DGen Tunes. We're kind of holding their hand through it, of course, with George and Andy's connections, and on the fashion brand side. And we, as the Web3 brand, are the first ones that are kind of showing them the way by partnering with DGen Tunes. So definitely bringing in more digital only, whether it's for the PFPs or for gaming. Yeah, totally, Polly. Thank you for bringing that up.
Oh, I really appreciate it. I learned so much, and it's truly inspiring to sense your depths of knowledge and perception on the topic. So wow, I am during the NFTLA I met Chris, someone who actually was producing the chips that comes along with clothing, and the I thought that Sandbox supporting or even encouraging partnership with digital, like digital fashion companies is very interesting. So the gaming industry is recognizing the value of like customizing the digital identity within their space. And do you believe in omni-chain and the ability to transfer your assets between all of these metaverses?
I do, because honestly, I think that if not already, I mean, I read a study and wrote about it. It was with digital identity and how Gen Z literally 75% of them care more about their digital identity than their IRL self. And I just can't get over that statistic, because that just shows that the next generation, the way that we care so much about our social media, or literally right now, how we're all on here, everyone has their digital identity representing themselves, and we're having real authentic conversations. Like, if this isn't the way for us, and I mean, I don't know, I don't think anyone in here is younger than, let's say, 13, then just imagine what the next generation is going to grow up with and be able to do. And it's tech obviously only gets better, and so I'm 100% confident that if that's the way we're headed, omnichannel is the only way we can go, because it all will have to connect at some point, or move at one point. But I think that having multiple chains, I still am kind of bullish on that concept, that multiple chains will exist, but along them we can bounce around.
I have the last question. What would be your top three musicians, music artists at this point?
Oh my gosh, I'm probably gonna let you down here. I feel like I've been pretty okay with my past two answers, but Polly, if you stop talking to me now, I'll understand why. I was born and raised in Philly, so I really only listen to rap music, and my rap is really really maybe hardcore for the average listener, maybe not, I don't know, but I say Young Boy, NBA Young Boy, Lil Durk, and let me see one more. I mean, R.I.P. PNB, if you guys even know about PNB Rock, born and raised Philly, but A Boogie. That's my three. That's the probably most trash music you could get, but that's my vote.
It sounds super mysterious. I haven't heard. I've heard Boogie, but not. I mean, send me tracks.
Young boy,
I'm
young boy
excited.
is the greatest of all time.
What are yours, Polly?
Oh
Since
yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah.
you want to ask so many questions, tell us yours, Polly.
Oh my god. Okay, I'll go with Licky Lee. The battle between land and the sea, and probably Fever Ray. Oh my god, no, I don't know. It depends on the mood. Each of my moods have its own playlist.
Well, thank you. Guys, I was going to end this at 10. It's been a beautiful conversation. We've been all over the place. One of the better bad takes. And it feels good being back from NFTLA, getting back with the family and chopping it up with great conversation. Deep, what's up? We'll go to you real quick.
Yo, man, I came back. I was gonna go to sleep, but I just found out I'm DM banned. I guess this demon thing isn't working out too hot. Gotta find a new strategy. Gotta replan and refocus and see what the strategy is. So we'll rotate back to the plan tomorrow. But yeah, it was a great space today as usual, and thanks for having me again. And bullish on all of us.
What did you do, bro? Why are you doing
Compound
that?
rugged, just rugged.
Yo, I gotta check with Dre. Dre, my amazing co-host. You got anything for us, brother?
Um, I'm gonna go back to the point of the picture that put in the group chat. Like, you did an exceptional job with the hosting for the Bad Take Live. I want you to keep that in mind because we are going to have more opportunities to utilize your talents and skills. I appreciate each and every one of you guys showing up tonight. Sophie, I'm definitely going to be speaking to you about linking up because you're speaking my lingo. And Pump, NBA Youngboy, is definitely not the greatest ever. I'm totally, totally discouraged and hurt by those remarks. I thought we
Bro,
had
you
something
just don't
good going.
understand. You just don't
Pump
understand.
has NBA YoungBoy fan behavior for sure.
I
It all makes sense.
can't
It's all
believe
Bro,
coming together.
I
bro,
can't believe
bro.
you formed your lips up to even
I got
speak
my
those
mom a
words.
never broke again sweatsuit, and she wears it like twice a week. And bro, like it's just different. You don't, bro, Dre. Just don't worry. I'll
I
take you to
mean,
the dark side.
I'm never going. That's one thing I can guarantee. I will not be there for that. You know what?
Nah, bro.
Compound, you might as well rug it on this one.
Louis is your
Yo,
homie. Louis is your homie. He shoots his videos. You gotta support the gang, bro. Come on now.
Uh,
NBA YoungBoy energy, Pump, you got that. It all makes sense now, man. It all makes sense.
Dre said
Nah. I would be in jail if I had NBA YoungBoy energy. You know.
Dre went back to something that I was gonna say to end it anyways, is do something that gets you to step outside your comfort zone. Like, make that a goal.